and on the side. We're really excited to welcome so many of you. Kind of felt like a celebrity going past that big line to get in here. I was like, this is the cool club in town. So congrats for you guys making it in. So great to see so many of you here. Also, thank you for everyone who's joining online. I'm Kate Warren, Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at Devex. And we have a really tight, packed schedule. So we really want to start off now so we have time to fit in all the amazing speakers. So appreciate if everyone can find their seat. Feel free to bring some food with you. We will have plenty of time for networking later in the day and in the close. But we are so excited to welcome you to Devex at UNGA 78. We have 2 days of really exciting programming lined up for you. Some of you might have been here this morning and yesterday, and tomorrow morning as well. We are hosting some events with our ecosystem partners. But we really couldn't do an event of this size and magnitude without our partners. So before we kick off, I would like to give a special thank you to our innovation partners. We have Abbott, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Catholic Relief Services, Food for the Hungry, the Fred Hollows Foundation, Heifer International, Medtronics Labs, One Site Essilor Luxottica Foundation, and Open Society Foundations. We also did host some ecosystem events with our partners AstraZeneca, the Country Connector and Private Sector in Health, GSK, MSD, MSD for Mothers, New Globe, the RBM Partnership to End Malaria, and UNWFP USA. We also have our supporting partners, HIMAQ and the Task Force for Global Health. So as you can hear, a lot of supporters helping to make this event possible. So we want to give a sincere thank you. We are going to have a couple of polls throughout the day, today and tomorrow. So I do want to get you all familiar with Mentimeter. So on the screen, there should be a QR code popping up. Feel free to pull out your device. If you need Wi-Fi access, there's Wi-Fi codes around on the table. And we will be asking you some questions. And if you're joining us online, you can also participate. So we want to hear your thoughts too. We will be kicking off with our first question about what do you see as the biggest barrier to achieving the SDGs? So please share your thoughts with us and we will reveal those in a moment. But as I said, we have a really action-packed program, so I don't want to delay any further. I would like to welcome to the stage Devex President and Editor Chief Raj Kumar.
Thanks so much, Kate. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me back there? We are going to get started. I just want to say a huge welcome to all of you in the room. It is amazing to see how many people have come out year after year for these events, and there's people still outside, I think, trying to make their way in, and the many thousands of you following along online. Thank you. Great to see lots of friends in the audience. This is a different event at the UN General Assembly, not just because we have a disco ball. If you're online, you may not know this, but there is a giant disco ball in the center of the room. It's a little bit different than our usual official protocol-laden events at the UN. In fact, this is a true story. If you were here last year and you decided to stick around, right under that disco ball, after the second day of our programming, there was literally a party with Brad Pitt and Kate Moss and a bunch of other people, right where you're sitting. So stay for the full 2 days and just see what comes on this stage and here. You know, everybody has their UN General Assembly story. I hear from many of you. I was just with someone who runs a $1 billion grant portfolio who said he doesn't know whether he loves it or he hates it to come to UN General Assembly every year. Mine this year was standing in the rain, waiting to get into an event, being told by the police, you can't walk this corner. I'm sure you've all experienced that feeling like a rat in a maze. But I think back to my first UN General Assembly, which was 1996. I was the lowest person in the ranks in the White House press office, working for President Bill Clinton. And I had just one very simple job. I was told to come to the UN General Assembly and get passes for all of the journalists who were traveling with the president to get in. The president was going to sign an important treaty, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, and they needed to get in with him to document it. I thought this will be simple. I was naive and young, and I went to the powers that be that do media accreditation at the UN, and I gave them the list, and they said, sorry, you're too late. There's simply no way to get press passes for all of these reporters traveling with the president. So then I decided to do, what you should do here. I didn't call my boss, who was a chain-smoking former television producer who would have reamed me out. And I instead spent 2 days doing my best job at UN diplomacy until finally they gave us the press passes and the president made it with the whole entourage of reporters. And I just mentioned that because for those of you who wonder, like the colleague I was just with, why do we do this every year? Why do we come to the UN? Why do we go through the lines and the crowds and the protocol? It's because that diplomacy, as difficult as it is, that multilateral process that happens here every year really matters. It really matters, and maybe more than ever now, when the world feels like it's spinning apart. We need it. Now, there are many gaps. I'm not going to talk to you about all the gaps because you're going to hear them from our stage, and you've heard them all week. There are gaps on climate and on health, on energy and on poverty. There are many gaps. The question is, how do we fill them? And one narrative is that we're going to fill them with a lot of new money. And certainly that's what the Secretary General is calling for. We have a story today for our pro subscribers, which takes you behind the scenes and shows you that, well, the US government is not going to sign up for that, as are many other donors are not going to sign up for a new $500 billion budget. So if it's not money, how do we get there? And the title of these 2 days here at the UN General Assembly on the Devex stage is Refining the Approach. You might call it reimagining the approach or maybe even revolutionizing the approach. But we have to take the tremendous resources we do have as a global development community, as a community of mission-driven professionals, and do more with it. We have to find new ways of closing these gaps. Otherwise, we look forward to 2030, and it's just a depressing story. But there are good news stories, and I know they're here, and I know many of you, and I know your organizations and your work, and you're doing important things that are going to change and move that needle. So we're going to talk about that on stage all week. We're going to talk about the innovation gap, not just the financing gap. And we're even going to talk about something we call at Devex the talent gap. How do we make sure we have the right talent working on these problems? So it is a fantastic opportunity to have all of you here, and it's a real honor to get to lead these many discussions that we're going to have over the coming days. It hopefully shows you a bit about why we do what we do at Devex, why we do our journalism online, and why we do our journalism on stage. Hopefully you'll see something really different besides just the disco ball at this event. So I want to get us started because we've got a packed agenda, as you may have heard. And we wanted to get going with someone who I think can give us a slightly different perspective than what you might traditionally hear. We have one of Africa's leading philanthropists and business people to start us this afternoon. He is the chair of the United Bank for Africa, which has 35 million customers around the world. He chairs Nigeria's largest publicly listed conglomerate, which works a lot in the energy space, one of the areas we're talking about when it comes to private sector investment and development. And importantly for these discussions, he founded and runs the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony Elumelu. Great to see you, Tony. Great to see you. Okay, so Tony, there's a lot of things I want to ask you, but I just want to start with UN General Assembly in general. You don't have to be here. Why do you come here?
I think first, good afternoon, everyone. Raj, thanks for this opportunity. I'm here at the UN General Assembly, not just this time, but I keep coming. I heard what you said about your experience and why people come. I come because of what we do.
That's good. That's good. That's work.
I come because of what we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. We believe in economically empowering young Africans. We believe in empowering a generation of African entrepreneurs whom we believe will help to catalyze economic prosperity on the continent. And we know that we cannot do it alone. At the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we touch lives, but we can do more if we come together. So when I have opportunity like this to sit with world leaders, UNGA, Davos, etc., Devex platforms, I seize the opportunity to propagate the need for all of us to come together in this new age and time to put resources together, prioritize our young ones, both in Africa and elsewhere in the world, to make sure that collectively we made the kind of progress that helps us to achieve our human development goals.
So, Tony, you mentioned Davos and UNGA, and you are a fixture at a lot of these global convenings. We see each other at many of these opportunities where political leaders, business leaders, philanthropic leaders get together. What do you think we're getting wrong? I mean, the headlines this year at the UN General Assembly is we're missing, and it's true. We are only 15% of the way toward the SDGs, and we're halfway there in terms of time to the goal. What are we missing as a broader development community?
I think that we know what to do. We know what to do. What is missing is a willpower to get those things done and to get them done immediately. So it's the lack of ability to execute on time, and we need to face reality, face issues, and forget about optics. That, in my viewpoint, is what is missing. We need to come together and start acting, start doing, and start comparing notes about what we've achieved. Yesterday, at the Tony Melu Foundation and UBA offices, we launched the TF Tony Melu Foundation Impact Report. Why are we doing this? We believe that philanthropy is investment. It's an investment that needs returns. And the kind of returns we need to see is what we set out to do, are we doing it or not? Tell us, let's look at ourselves very critically. We need a third eye to look at what we're doing. Our commitment, our promise, are we fulfilling it? Is it otherwise? So you need to stop, assess the journey, but keep your eyes focused on getting things done, because that is what helps us to move the needle. That is a problem we have in the world today.
There's a big debate, Tony, in the philanthropy community, right? Some philanthropists, maybe more like the Gates Foundation, are very data-driven, strategy-driven. Others, like Mackenzie Scott, are writing blank checks to organizations closer to the ground. You've had to think about how do you want to spend, I think now over $100 million commitment that you've made to philanthropy. How did you decide to do what you're doing? And what do you think of the debate in the philanthropic world?
You need to know my life story to understand what we do and why we do what we do. So 13 years ago, my wife and I decided that we need to set up the Tony Melu Foundation and endow with $100 million to help democratize luck, to help give economic hope to others, to help economically empower young ones. It's born out of our realization that who was Tony Melu or who was Awele Melu? Almost nobody. But we've seen through our endeavors in the private sector, but more importantly, God and luck, that we've been able to accomplish what we've accomplished. And we look around ourselves, around us in Africa. There are people who are even more intelligent than we are, who are very ambitious, energetic. Our young ones have all of this, but they need seed capital. They need training and mentoring. They need networking for opportunities, and they need the right operating environment to succeed. So this is why we decided to do what we do at the foundation, to play our own role in helping to catalyze luck. We realize that what counts is not how much we have in our bank statements. What counts is the impact that we make ultimately. And so to us, it's not out of the abundance, from the abundance of wealth. It's more of prioritizing, just letting this go so that I can do what we do through the Tony Melu Foundation.
So we've got a new president of the World Bank in Ajay Banga. I think you may know Ajay.
We have drinks this evening, so whatever you say here, my pastor.
Yeah, you can ask them this question then. You're very involved in the electricity sector in Nigeria. The World Bank, under the new leadership of Ajay Banga, is really trying to crowd in companies like yours, investors like yours. They want to see much more private sector investment in places like Nigeria. What is your advice to the World Bank to actually make that happen? And beyond the World Bank, to the broader multilateral development bank system?
So first is access to electricity is so critical for the development of, especially Africa in the 21st century. We have over 1.3 billion people on the continent, and less than 40% of our people have access to electricity, the way you have it in this part of the world. So we cannot talk of transforming Africa in the 21st century without fixing electricity. And so I think World Bank prioritizing electricity is so critical for the world, but more importantly for Africa. The second point is where we are today in the world in light of the conversations about green energy and green economy, we need to think of a combination therapy. So a combination therapy, wind, solar, hydro, gas to power, everything, a combination, so that we can move the needle. There's so much electricity deficit in Africa. And to fix it, we need a combination therapy. So I welcome the prioritization of electricity by the new World Bank president. It's commendable. All of us should support it. That to me is critical in unlocking and helping to prosper Africa.
We only get a few minutes of your time up here, so I'm trying to hit you with as many questions as we can. We're almost done. I just want to know, there's a lot of talk about Ukraine, rightfully, at this UN General Assembly, but you come from a region where there's been recently a lot of instability. I'm thinking about Gabon, I'm thinking of Niger. Your president, President Tinubu, is reportedly telling fellow leaders in ECOWAS, look, if we don't address this, it can spread. And I think about what the World Bank is trying to do. I think about what so many NGOs and humanitarian agencies here are trying to do. And really, it becomes almost impossible when you see that level of lack of governance and lack of security. What do you think is happening in the Sahel region? What's happening in that neighborhood, and what message do you want the UN to know about it?
I think the solution to political instability is good leadership. Good leadership, poverty eradication, job for our young ones, and getting our women economically empowered. Those are things that will stop the political instability we have. There's no amount of meetings, conventions who can change it. So the earlier our leaders realize that good leadership, poverty eradication, prosperity is critical for stable and good governance, the better for all of us.
Yeah, and I do hope that your presence here and many of the others who are in this room are going to help elevate some of those issues, because they are certainly consequential for us to reach the Sustainable Development Goals or have any chance of getting there.
I agree so much with you.
Tony Elumelu, thank you so much for helping us kick off the Devex UNGA Summit. And I'm going to pass it on. We're going to keep going. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Right. And keep up what you're doing. Keep it up. Thank you. I want your mic now.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, we will continue on with the show. Also want to plug again real quickly the QR codes that you have on your table so you can engage with us in the polls that we have, as well as Wi-Fi codes. But we are going to continue the conversation with my colleague, Adval Saldinger.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to welcome my panel up onto the stage. We're going to be talking about mobilizing SDG investment amid sort of the current economic headwinds and challenges that we're facing. And so to join me for this conversation, I've got Jorge Moreira de Silva, who's the Executive Director of the UN Office for Project Services, UNOPS, Stephanie von Friedeberg, who's a Managing Director of Banking and Capital Markets Advisory at Citi, Alice Albright, the CEO of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and Alex Wane, who's the CEO of the Global Innovation Fund. And we are at an UNGA that's sort of characterized by a moment of stock take. And a lot of the focus has, of course, been on how far we are from meeting the SDG goals. But we're very, very far from meeting the financing goals as well. The sort of financing agenda that was set out at Addis has not materialized. The idea of mobilizing, billions to trillions and getting the private sector to commit trillions of dollars to these important issues turned out to basically be a fallacy. It was very unrealistic. And so what I want to talk about today is why we have faced some of those challenges, why that money hasn't been mobilized, and what can be done moving forward. What types of tools and instruments and partnerships, government policies, new funding is necessary to actually ensure that there is the capital there, which exists in the broader financial system, and that it is directed to solving these critical issues of reducing poverty, of addressing climate, and all the various other SDGs. And so I really want to start by asking you this question of, why why have we not succeeded so far? And Stephanie, I know you've spent some time thinking about that from a perspective of why the private sector financing hasn't been mobilized. You spent a lot of years at IFC, where part of IFC's job is to try to mobilize private finance into these issues, and not always perhaps as successfully as some people would like. And now you're sitting at Citi with sort of that private sector perspective. So why don't you kick us off?
So Adva, thanks, and it's great to be here this afternoon. I just want to throw out two statistics that I think are super important to frame the conversation. So first, the Fair Day team in France did a survey, and they actually looked at net flows. So last year, net flows were $1 trillion to emerging markets. They were 700 billion this year. So we're moving backward, not forward. And the OECD did a very interesting review of all the MDB products and tools that were delivered between 2018 and 2020. Only 18% of those had a tag or an outcome of private sector capital mobilization. So a lot of ODA, a lot of donor money, none of it moving in the right direction. So I actually think there are both tactical and technical issues and a couple of strategic issues. So let me rattle off two technical issues. First, there really is a shortage of projects, of bankable projects. And what you see, especially in climate, is competition between the commercial sector and the development finance institutions for those very limited projects. And in many cases, the development finance institutions actually use their less expensive capital and nudge the commercial banks out of position. So that's one. We need way more bankable projects, and we need to put a lot of donor money at that. And when I was at IFC, we created the IFC 3.0 strategy to work upstream and build that pipeline. It's coming to fruition, but it's not nearly enough. I think the second thing technically that we need to think about is transparency, rule of law, and governance. And then strategically, what I think is super important now that I've crossed the fence are two things. One, we need to radically change the way we collaborate. And we need to do it not at the 80,000 foot level, but down in the trenches where we each understand the constraints that both sides face so that we can close that gap. And the final thing is we all need to come together and see what we do about regulation. I mean, we use US taxpayer money to create development finance institutions and de-risking tools. And we turn around and our regulator prevents banks like Citibank and Bank of America and JP Morgan from using them because the regulation has gotten so complex since the financial crisis.
So I want to pick up on this issue that you raised about government policy and project development. And I want to turn first to Alice. And I know at MCC you work a lot with countries to assess the economic constraints and then develop really large compacts or grant agreements where you're working with them to address some of those economic constraints while also working on key policy changes to create the enabling environment. So I'm curious from your perspective, what you see as the role of MCC, of other institutions who are working closely with governments in improving those enabling environments and sort of unlocking that piece of the challenge.
Thank you, Adva. And again, lovely to be here. I always love coming to Devex events. I'm glad we're sort of focusing on the finance piece. I do want to tell people that we continue to in our own way, deploy significant amounts of money to projects. Just this week, over the course of literally a few days, we're deploying $590 million in all grant funding to 3 different compacts, one in Mozambique, one in Kiribati, and one in Kenya. So we're continuing to do our part in moving funding, and we're very honored to be in that position. I kind of want to key off of something that Stephanie said, which is we've got to go from sort of the very big picture aspirational down to what I'm going to call the basic blocking and tackling to find out why does a particular market, why is it difficult for private capital to come in? And this is what it requires you to look at sort of the ecosystem. What are the regulations that are getting in place? What are the rate structures that don't make sense? Are there rule of law considerations? Is one public utility not particularly working well with another public utility? And it's these kinds of questions that really are the reason why when we start our work with a government, we start asking the question, what are the key constraints to growth? And we start out often with looking at some of the policy and institutional barriers, which aren't sort of at an up here level, that are a very down here level. And our intent is to create a better ecosystem. We then invest hundreds of millions of dollars in grant funding, and then spend a lot of time at the early stages talking to local businesses about what they perceive as the barriers. So the whole point is to improve the ecosystem. Now, I also want to agree with Stephanie about how I do think that we can do a better job, as whether or not it's the bilateral sector, the multilateral sector, figuring out how to work together in a way that is more efficient and more streamlined, to really focus on deal by deal by deal to get deals completed. And I think that we can always do a better job on that. And given what you said about, where things stand on the financing for development agenda, it is incumbent on us now to say we have got to be more efficient in how we work together.
Yeah. And one thing I may come back to, because I think one thing I often hear is that working on sort of a bespoke one deal at a time system isn't going to work moving forward, that a lot of things have happened that way, blended finance transactions that are one at a time, that are all different, so that you need some mechanisms that are easily replicable and scalable. But we'll come back to that question of scale. George, I want to go to you, because I know you probably have some thoughts on sort of this idea of building project pipeline from the country level. This is something I hear a lot. I think there is more investment needed at that local level in project development, and a lot of people like to talk about how that's a challenge. There's not a ton of capital going into that, and it can be challenging, but there certainly are organizations that are out there that have good models, who are doing that, who are investing in projects that others say aren't possible. And I know, Alex, you might want to say a few things about that but as well. But George, let's start with you.
Thank you. Well, as you know, I just started 5 months ago in this position on UNOPS, so I feel very tempted to go to my previous discussions when I was leading at OECD, the Development Cooperation Directorate, and the DAC Secretariat. I will not go into that, but indeed, I'm seeing something from this perspective on operations, that is my perspective now, that may answer to the gaps that I was identifying when I was in the other side on the mobilization and on alignment. We have been talking a lot this week, but also in the preparation to the UNGA, about the gaps, the policy gaps, the financing gap. But there is a gap that must be also tackled, and in my opinion, it's part of the root causes of the financing gap. That is the capacity for implementation. We may have all the finance that is needed. We may have even the policy reforms that create the good enabling context. But at the end, if you don't have capacity for implementation, if you don't have the capacity to generate with the best technical skills, with the quality standards, the bankable projects, you will miss the opportunity. So I think that, and let me bring a positive tone also about the discussions that are happening at UNGA. For the first time, I'm seeing a discussion that goes beyond mobilization and alignment. The financial architecture is being discussed. And this being discussed not just at the Bretton Woods, is being discussed at UN. And I think that this is a good signal. We know that part of the problems that we face on implementation of ADIs, it's the lack of mobilization, ODA, not reaching the levels that we all wanted. Also the fact that when we get blended finance, it doesn't go to those most in need. It's going very often to middle-income countries and not to LDCs, to seeds, to the most fragile context. But beyond this mobilization and alignment agenda, something was missing regarding debt, regarding leverage capacity, even the governance of the MDBs. So I'm seeing, I wouldn't say a consensus. It would be very risky to use the word consensus, but I'm seeing convergent views through all these initiatives, Bridgetown, the initiative that the Secretary General has launched on the global financial architecture, also the initiatives that the World Bank has launched and the decisions that the bank has taken with the new leadership, also the Macron and Mia Motley summit. I think that there is a drive in this new financial architecture. But again, going to my first point and ending with that, the capacity for implementation is fundamental. So I think that we have to invest on technical assistance in supporting countries developing their best bankable projects. And I think that this third gap is probably the one that is less discussed. Thank you.
No, that's a really good point. And you bring up an interesting point on mobilization as well, because there is a risk, of course, if you focus only on how much private capital you mobilize. It's much easier to mobilize that private capital in higher income markets, in big projects. But you may get more impact, and the money may be better spent in places where maybe the private sector is less likely to go, and those are often lower income, smaller projects. And so then you have to really create a balancing act between when is mobilization the priority and when is building markets in some of those low income markets the priority. Alex, I want to turn to you. At the Global Innovation Fund, you guys are experimenting with different instruments, looking at how you can try to blend capital in effective and interesting ways. Tell me a little bit about, what you've learned on that front, what instruments you think are working right now, and what needs to be built up.
Yep, thank you very much. And pleasure to be here with you all and everybody back at Devex's annual meeting at UNGA. I think I want to start with a little story that I think will illustrate some of the challenges that Stephanie and others have been speaking about. An early investment that GIF made about 6 years ago now was in a company called Babangona, working in northern Nigeria, doing sort of end-to-end service provision for farmers, helping them get the right price for their product at the right time. And Babangona had gotten some grant funding, I think actually from the British High Commission in Nigeria, had raised some grant money, had some local debt, but was really looking to scale up and needed significant working capital, and had begun some conversations actually with the IFC about doing this. But the price on that debt and the timing on that felt very risky to the leaders of Babangona, because they knew that their currency would be depreciating and they wanted to be quite patient at the pace with which they grew their business. And so they started a conversation with GIF where we ultimately ended up structuring a deal where GIF agreed to take a subordinate position and essentially make our loan in local currency to Babangona, which then allowed them to crowd in other more senior dollar-denominated debt on top of that, including ultimately from the IFC. We were also more patient at the tenor of this loan so that they were allowed to pay us back over a slower period of time. Now, the currency did, in fact, depreciate, as everyone anticipated, and the returns that GIF made from that were concessional, not market rates of return on that investment. But we did, in fact, crowd in significant additional capital for that company. So I use it as an example of, yes, you need to be incentivized, I think, to do that in a way that other DFIs are not necessarily incentivized to do that. That's deliberately given as the mission of GIF, more mobilizing, less lending, as what we really are supposed to be doing. So that's sort of point one, of really agreeing that this is possible, but you need incentives aligned to make that happen. A second point I'd love to make, and I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts about this, Alice, is that we have some mismatches between time horizons. It takes a very long time for social change to happen. I think you're going to hear later this afternoon from Bill Easterly, who has a great paper that he wrote a couple of years ago, where he looked at the so-called Washington Consensus reforms 30 years on, and was able to say, with the 30-year time horizon, we see that those reforms taken in the 80s and the 90s are really paying off in terms of growth. That's a 30-year time horizon. When you just looked 5 years after that, everyone was saying, it's the last decade. Where's the growth that was supposed to come from all these policy reforms, et cetera? So we have this timing mismatch on both policy reform and I think on the flavors of capital that firms need when they're building the markets that they're selling into. So I think part of what I'd sort of encourage us to do is think about incentives that we're creating, I guess, on the ground, just as much as at the strategic level, and figuring out how to get some of this timing more lined up between the folks we want to back and our own political realities. I could say something also about creating platforms so you're not going deal by deal on this stuff, but I'll hold off until that seems more appropriate.
So you brought up in the example of Babangona foreign exchange risk, and I think one of the conversations I've been having in recent weeks with people is how big of a constraint that is, especially right now in the current economic environment. Foreign exchange risk, the need for more local currency lending, and these are things that often the DFIs aren't doing. Some of them can't do, and I wonder if anyone on the panel would like to talk about sort of some of those risks and what instruments could be developed. How can we solve some of those challenges? Alice, do you want to jump in?
It's a big problem. Just one anecdote. We're working with one country who is working in one of their utility sectors. And right now they are very, very dependent on a foreign currency denominated source of that utility. And in the current environment, with interest rates globally what they are, this has become a major constraint to that country's overall financial wherewithal. And so I think that one of the things that we need to talk about more at this juncture of the SDGs is how do we take into consideration the impact of foreign exchange risk on the overall development ambition, and what does that mean for the solution set? And I know there's a number of local banks in the room, so I very much would want to talk to you about it, but how can we make local bank local currency lending more available? Because that is something that doesn't really get talked about very much, at least sort of in the SDG context, but it's something that may be a very important part of the solution set. It's not something that my agency is sort of set up to do, but if it was done well by others and we could work with them, it would really add.
So can I jump in here, because when I joined Citi, I had this exact idea that there's local banks that have local currency that aren't using that local currency, and so I've been working with Citi's treasury. We have franchises in 95 countries around the world, like the broadest global footprint of any bank. A lot of those franchises actually require us to take those deposits and leave them in central banks. And again, if you go back to the regulation of that, the capital set aside can be as high as 150%. So it's not accretive to Citi to actually park that money with central banks. So we are now designing a product to lend to the multilateral development institutions in the DFIs so they can use our local currency to deploy in country. Which I think is going to be a fabulous opportunity. It's great for Citi, it's great for the development finance institutions, and it's a win for development. But the thing about FX that gives me pause, so foreign currency is a risk. It's one of the risks that exist. And it has kind of blossomed into, if we can solve this, we can solve the problem. I'm not sure that I agree fully with that. And I worry greatly that we're talking about taking very large sums of ODA and donor money to create new institutions, to create guarantee facilities that, quite frankly, in the medium to long term, will distort markets. And there's a reason why exchange rates move. And if we start distorting those markets, how do we choose which markets we're going to distort and which markets we're not going to distort? Because there's not enough money to actually do it globally. And I would really encourage the entire development community to take organizations like TCX that were created by the development finance institutions and give them a push, put them on steroids, so that we can actually start making some progress around foreign exchange risk.
I want to ask one question, because I think often, especially when we're sitting in a place like New York and talking about policies, there can be a disconnect between the needs of local communities and what leaders in venues like this are talking about. An opportunity recently to speak with some local community activists, and they say so often whether it's ODA or whether it's DFI capital comes into their communities and tells them, you need this business, this is what we're doing here. And it doesn't align with their desires or their needs. And so I wonder, if you have thoughts on how do we make this finance, as we're looking to generate more of it, mobilize more of it, responsive at the community level, and also responsive to the needs. I think we're seeing a debate about not letting climate finance overtake development finance, and that's also about being responsive to local needs. So, George, do you want to jump in on that?
Thank you. I'm quite, as you know, aligned with your question, because, for instance, on ODA, not because something is good, that should be audible. And you know that we have spent decades discussing what is audible and what is not audible. And I think it's really important to take benefit of preserving ODA, but also benefiting from other measurement tools like the total official support for sustainable development that measures all cross-border flows, regardless the concessionality level, not only measuring the public, but also the private finance mobilized, South-South cooperation, triangle cooperation, and the contribution to the global public goods. So you have one concrete example of it really matters the way you measure things. Other example, it's removing the eligibility of fossil fuels from ODA. That decision was taken. It was important in this marketplace. So the financing for sustainable development could be considered a marketplace where you have supply, you have demand, and you have the need to regulate. So my point is, if we really want to achieve the results and ensuring that these are locally driven and aligned with developing countries' aspirations, there is a role to be played by regulators, both at the national level, but also at the multilateral level. So if we just let the market function, see what's happening on blended finance. We created all this fantastic guidance and guidelines on blended finance. I was part of that. But let's look to the figures. Only 5% or 6% of blended finance goes to least developed countries. Only 6% of blended finance goes to health and education. And we know that for SIDS, the basic dilemma that they are facing is existence. So I think it's very important to pursue a journey of reform, not only at the local level, national level, structural reforms, but also in the multilateral system. We shall pursue this reform agenda. And that's why I think that the discussions that are now being held, not just in Washington, but also in New York, are particularly encouraging.
I wanted to follow up on this question of blended finance, right? Because there is a needed sort of continuum, right? You need the grant capital, and that has to play a specific role. You need the blended finance to de-risk investments so that the private sector will come in. I don't think that continuum always works well. And I think, to your point, blended finance, probably the best use of ODA dollars is in the lowest income markets, and that's not happening. So my question to you is, what can be done to flip that, right? To flip those numbers or change those numbers and change the current paradigm and ensure that that continuum works the most efficiently, that the right capital is used in the right situation.
Yeah, thanks very much. When USAID and the British government set up the Global Innovation Fund, I think it was precisely as an experiment in that space. Within the aid agencies themselves, innovation was funded through challenge funds, oftentimes in which there's then this big cliff that innovators and entrepreneurs can drop off of because they haven't fully de-risked themselves for commercial capital. And on the other hand, the DFIs, rightly so, were engaged in more private equity style investing at big ticket sizes. And then so there's this space in between. The Global Innovation Fund was then launched with this mission of impact first venture style investing. Now, that is easier said than done, which I learned the hard way, because you don't want to just be the one who's in the market for lemons. You don't want to be the last guy. There's a reason no capital is flowing to something. You have to be able to think about, particularly, is private capital misallocated in this space because of externalities, because of mispriced risk, because of other uncertainties that mean R&D is underinvested in per se. And so we've really had to take on a very different lens to making investment choices than I think would be traditional even in impact investing funds. Then we also certainly hoped at GIF, and this goes to your point, that projects would graduate from GIF, which is a relatively small fund in the grand scheme of these things, to the USDFC or to BII, then CDC in the UK. And that was happening, but not happening fast enough. I think that we do need other funds, and maybe it stops being ODA eligible money, at some point, that continue to say it takes time and patience for some of these for growth for firms in some of these sectors, that we need different vehicles with different flavors of capital, and yes, blended, to invest in them. So we're launching a second fund at GIF that very much will take debt finance, precisely because we want to put more pieces along the line of that trail there. And I think, to your point about local communities, I actually wanted to say something that goes to what I think makes MCC so effective, which is MCC's real commitment to growth. And unapologetically, that's what the mission is. And often, I've seen some survey results that suggest that something like 60% of USAID's money goes to things that are not listed by local people in sub-Saharan Africa as among their top priorities for themselves and for their communities. And so I think there's something, and DFIs with their commitment to job creation and being an energy in the economy all do contribute to that growth agenda as well. But maybe we need to be talking about that in a more whole of government way than maybe we do right now.
So we only have a few minutes left. So I have a couple closing questions that I'll let you guys sort of answer as you wish. And one of the questions is this question of scale. How do we get this to scale? It hasn't happened to this point. What needs to happen to do that? Another question is this question of veracity, because I do think that if funds are allocated in a way that are not achieving impact or are not allocated quickly enough to achieve that impact, you're not going to get to the end result. And so there has to be trust and measurement to ensure that not only is the capital spent and put out there, but that it can be trusted to deliver on the results. So kind of those questions: how do we scale? Is there hope? What sort of steps need to be taken? And how do we ensure that sort of veracity is there behind the capital flows? So anyone want to kick us off?
I'll jump in, and thank you for a shout out to MCC. So let me touch on the issue of veracity, how capital is impacted, and the question of measurement and growth, and try to tie them all together. So we have a very distinct business model, which is absolutely, as you've said, based on the concept that we're going to look to reduce poverty through economic growth. It's very clear. And we start in that journey by working with countries. We're very selective. We only work with countries that are running their economies well, investing in people, and are trying to be democracies and fighting corruption. So it's very, very clear who we work with. We then start a dialogue that asks a very fundamental question to a country partner, which is, what is your biggest challenge to growth? And we let countries choose what priorities we fund with them. And then they're very involved in project design, and then they're very involved in project implementation. So by definition, what we do is very closely aligned with what a country sees as being its own growth path. In terms of veracity, we can track how every dollar is spent. We evaluate every single project. We sign up with countries together on a set of metrics that define what does good and outcome look like. And then we track it. So it's a very linear, clear, transparent business model. In terms of scale, I will always believe that more money, in terms of official money, needs to be allocated to international development, no matter what government, what DFI, what philanthropic organization you're talking about. If you look at the return on investment, I'm not talking about in a in a securities sense of the word. I'm talking in a what is the right thing to do word. If you think about the challenges across the globe to do with instability right now, whether it's climate related or otherwise, or all the different sort of impacts of loss of hope for people, investing in the well-being of countries makes a huge difference. So I think that we've got to scale. We've got to figure out the scale and the money, but I do think we can do a much better job, as we've talked a little bit about what is the most efficient way to bring in different sources of capital alongside of ODA. And I think that's, given that we're halfway through this round of SDGs, where we could really make some progress in moving that.
So, Adva, I think if you look at the United States, the beauty of our economy is driven by capital markets. And if we really want to get to scale, that is the model going forward. So how do we tap into capital markets globally? How do we create deeper, richer capital markets on the ground in countries so we solve the foreign currency problem as well? And that takes me back to where I started, which is we need very different kinds of partnerships. So we just did a very interesting transaction with IDB Invest where we actually flipped one of their loans into a capital markets transaction. It's something they don't typically do. They don't take mini perm risk. They don't take rollover risk. But if they were willing to do that, we could come in the construction. We could send it into the capital markets. They could recycle their capital. So it's some of these ideas of saying, okay, who knows the most about structuring? And how do we come together to actually structure these financing, these capital stacks differently so that we're really pushing into those capital markets, because that's where the trillion sits.
No, I think that's a really interesting and an important point. And how do our existing DFIs and financial institutions play more of an origination role, which isn't something that they've typically done in the past. So I think we are unfortunately out of time, and I'm sure we could continue this conversation otherwise, but I want to thank you all very much for joining me, and hope to continue the conversation with all of you sort of offline moving forward through our reporting, as all of these challenges continue to play out and hopefully some of the solutions come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I would now like to introduce the stage Devex Editorial Director Richard Jones for a session with one of our partners. Richard, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Kate, and thanks to Advara and our previous panel. So good afternoon, welcome. I'm delighted to be joined on the stage by Anurag Hans, who is Head of Mission at EssilorLuxottica and President of the One Site EssilorLuxottica Foundation, and also Dr. Bente Mikkelsen, who's Director of Non-Communicable Diseases at the World Health Organization. Welcome both. Please take a seat. So perhaps, Anurag, I could start with you to give our audience some context and some perspective on the issue of uncorrected poor vision that we're talking about today. So it's known as one of, if not the world's most widespread unaddressed disability. Perhaps you could provide some context about the needs of vision health globally, why it's so widespread in 2023, despite such solutions as eyeglasses.
Well, thanks, Richard, and thanks everybody for making the time. So the state of the issue of vision care is truly large. We believe that 1 in 3 people has a condition which can be corrected through a simple pair of eyeglasses, but it's not the case right now. But we believe that, in addition to this being probably the largest disability, it will also be probably the first disability of this scale to get solved, and get solved in rapid, quick time. Not only because the solutions in terms of eyeglasses exist, but also because the work that has happened to build capacity to provide eye exams and to deliver eyeglasses has truly reached a stage where it can be scaled up and it can be replicated around the world. So yes, it's the largest disability in the world, but I'm very optimistic about the fact that it will also be the first such major health issue to get solved permanently.
But following up on that, how are people in low and middle income country contexts particularly affected by poor vision?
Well, the rates of incidence are exactly the same.
Right.
In the developed regions and the developing or underdeveloped regions. The issue is not about eyeglasses. The issue is about the fact that there is no place where people can go to get a simple eye exam and get a pair of glasses from. And the second thing is that because they've never been exposed to anybody in their community providing them an eye exam, there's no awareness about the fact that blurred vision is something that they can do something about. Those are the two main causes keeping billions of people away from leading a life where they can see clearly. And those are the two issues which now, with the help of technology and telemedicine and even, I mean, we are hugely excited about AI and predictive models and big data powered screening models, which will help these communities completely leapfrog the way that eye care has developed in developed context. So that's why I say I'm hugely optimistic about the fact that 10 years down the line, when we meet, we will not be discussing the state of the issue, but we'll be discussing the success story.
Now, I remember discussing the 2019 report, Eliminating Poor Vision in a Generation, with staff at EssilorLuxottica. That highlighted the need for increased access to subsidized or even free services and access points. Can you give us some examples of how the foundation's working to address those needs? I know you're working on the Eye Mitra program, for example. Why are community-based solutions like this so important?
Well, it's important because it's important for people to have a place, a permanent place where they can go to get an eye exam closer to the place where they live. Now, since 2019, obviously, some things have happened. Because of the pandemic, the downside was that because of the pandemic, because of screen times, myopia rates have shot up. But the positive was, because of the pandemic, a lot of countries became open to the concept of telehealth. And that is becoming a huge enabler in creating access, both in person and digitally. And since the digital models work, I mean, we've done large pilots to study whether they actually work in terms of accuracy and efficacy, and they do. So therefore, the process of creating access is going to look very different, and therefore we'll be able to create access in double quick time as compared to what we had originally envisaged of creating 1 million physical access points. These 1 million physical access points probably still need to be there, but the mode of delivery is going to be completely different.
Now, Dr. Bente, turning to you, in 2021, the UN General Assembly adopted its first ever resolution on vision. That was entitled Vision for Everyone, Accelerating Action to Achieve the SDGs. Do you think the resolution has really impacted the prioritization of vision in health policy discussions and things like funding allocations, healthcare planning? Could you give us your temperature check on how that's going?
No, I would like to say, first of all, thank you to Devex to
Pleasure.
raise these questions, because I want to start with saying I think the whole issue is immoral, really immoral. I mean, 800 million people have vision impairment that could have been helped by simple spectacles. So of course, I totally agree that we need to think about AI solutions. We need to think about new service delivery models. But for me, this is really something I want to think through, and I want you to think about it. This is the week of universal health coverage. 800 million only need what I have and sees as natural. And this is also in a place where we know that many of the spectacles have recirculated plastic as an opportunity. We could use our own iPhones. So that's where I will start. So in a sense, it's an irony because Vision program was one of the first programs of WHO. So it was actually to prevent blindness. So it was on due time that we got a resolution. Has it helped? Yes, I would say so, but we are not there yet, but I share the optimism. So one of the first important thing is that I think for the first time, we really realized that we have to have an integration into the rest of the health system. We cannot sort of have it on an island. It has been a little bit on an island. So, you know, it hasn't necessarily been a natural thing for a GP to really do anything else to check the vision, not really to correct it, right? And the other one is, of course, that we have got the new targets, that we also want to look into cataract operations. That should be absolutely the simplest thing. I mean, we have riverboats in many developing countries where they do lots of them with very local anesthesia. Again, not a question of doing it. So I would say the two targets that we have got and the resolution, which is very instrumental, has led to several things. So the way WHO work is that when we have a resolution, the next thing we do is to give recommendations. We try to come up with framework. So we have stepwise guides, and now we are going to launch a new initiative. I'll come back to that.
Okay, well, yeah, well, on that point, the WHO recently announced the launch of the SPECS strategy. So I was going to ask what role, well, briefly, maybe to put it in a nutshell for our audience, what the SPECS strategy aims to achieve, and then what role organizations such as foundations like OneSight, Essilor, Luxottica, what role do they play in realizing the goals that you've set out in this ambitious strategy?
So the SPECT is a comprehensive from sort of diagnostics, looking into provisional care and all of that. I think the main thing with SPECT is that we call on all stakeholders. We cannot only do this as a medical issue. So the foundation is absolutely key. I mean, and we need many more players as well. We need the NGO, we need the academicians, we need the innovators, and we need to find ways to work together. So the SPECT, one of the first things we will do now is to launch a platform, a network, where we can work together and exchange ideas, but hold ourselves accountable as well for the implementation. So I think this will, again, be a game changer. I have seen that now happening in the Global Diabetes Compact, where we really work very closely with private sector, of course, with all the protection of undue influence and all that. But anyway, we manage in a very different way, and we all have a role to play. We don't have the same role to play, and that's sometimes the mistake, right? We have different roles, but we have to do it together.
And perhaps staying with you, Bente, just to finish, I know time is short, but both of your organizations have this ambition to eliminate uncorrected poor vision within a generation. Are you optimistic? Is this within reach? If so, what's key to accelerating progress?
Mm-hmm. No, so I want to also pinpoint that, you know, the service coverage is very different. So in low and middle income countries, it's actually 6 times less. So we need to focus. We cannot do everything at once. But I'm very hopeful that the targets of 70% coverage will be possible within 2030. And I think it's better to put a number on it than say just everyone, because that is everyone and nothing. So I am very optimistic, and I hope that we can be working very closely together on this.
Anurag, perhaps a brief word from you on this. Are you optimistic? Will it be achieved? And if so, how do we get there? What's one key step that you would recommend to our audience in terms of, you know, partnering for success here?
I think the organized vision care industry in developed regions of the world has taken 200 years to come about. I believe that creating the same ecosystem in regions where that ecosystem doesn't exist is going to take a fraction of that time. As I said before, I believe that in the next 10 or maybe 15 years, this issue is going to get solved. but in a very different, very modern, very tech-enabled way. And eventually, this issue only gets solved through market-based mechanisms and governments creating mechanisms that are self-sustaining and self-funding. And we believe that the work that has happened in the sector, both done by us and by other organizations that have worked here, we have enough demonstration, and governments nowadays are extremely open to such innovations. So in a nutshell, yes, I'm extremely optimistic, and this is not purely out of hope. This is out of the evidence that we've already seen on the ground.
But if I can have
The
one
final
more.
word. Final word.
Final
Bente.
word is we are in the week of UHC. Governments need to take ownership, and they need to include eye care also in their normal service packages for the
And so your call
population.
to action here is?
Is governments need to take action. They need to include it in their UHC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bente, Anurag. Thank you very much for your perspectives here today. Really appreciate it, and all the best for the rest of your UNGA week. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Bente.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And now I'd like to hand over to my colleague Colm Lynch, Senior Global Development Reporter at Devex.
Hello. I'm going to introduce our next guest. We have Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, and we'll be talking about sort of all sorts of issues involving AI and the digital compact. So why don't we have a seat? Thanks for coming and joining us. Why don't I start off by sort of describing a bit about what the other Secretary General is up to on this front. So Antonio Guterres has made it clear he wants to carve out an extremely ambitious role for the UN in setting guardrails on issues like AI, on issues like the use of killer robots and that sort of thing, and also to set up a broader digital compact that would sort of, according to the UN Tech Envoy, set the rules of the road. So maybe you could talk a little bit about sort of where ITU fits into this broader kind of ambition, what piece of this, ITU is responsible for. Do you get to set the standards on some elements of these issues, or do you have to wait for the member states to get together and agree on treaties and resolutions and that sort of thing? So.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Great to be here. So maybe if I could start just to share, of course, ITU is a specialized agency of the UN. We're 158 years old, started with the telegraph, very focused on connectivity and connecting the unconnected. And with a third of humanity not connected, I think we have a big job still ahead of us. We are closely working with the Secretary General, with the Tech Envoy on everything digital. We worked closely when the SG launched the Digital Cooperation Panel. We were key partners in the development of the roadmap, and we're also very engaged in those discussions on AI and AI governance. Back in 2017, the ITU launched its AI for Good Global Summit. I think that's a good example because it actually shows how different agencies come forward with different expertise levels. And I think when we talk about digital, it's not just the infrastructure piece. Of course, you mentioned standards. There's the radio communications piece, but there's the ethical dimensions, the human rights pieces, the education pieces. And so actually, when we talk about AI, I think it has an impact on each and every institution. So with AI for Good, we've gathered some 40 agencies. We've compiled a list of 300 use cases that actually show what each agency is doing.
Right. So along that line, I had to write a piece on AI, the Digital Compact, recently, and it was sort of a struggle to pick apart, who is doing what. It's a very naturally fragmented organization. The specialized agencies are almost, they have their own, their own rules and their own sort of governance standards. And so You mentioned ethics. UNESCO is doing ethical guidelines. The High Commissioner for Human Rights is doing also stuff that fits into that area as well. The Secretary General's office, under the head of global communications, is setting up an office to fight disinformation in UN peace missions and that sort of thing. So, how does all this stuff come together? Is everybody coordinated? I get the sense not necessarily, that there's some duplication, some competition.
I mean, I think it does come together. The focus of the tech envoy is to help in terms of the coordination. And when it comes to specialized agencies, we have our respective mandates and we implement in country. But I think, when it comes to digital, this is something that's horizontal. So everybody has a little piece, and whether it's Volker Turk on the human rights side or Gabriella on the ethics side from UNESCO, I do think the pieces fit together. Much of our work, when we look at country level work, we are urging this sort of digital transformation push as a center. And from that digital transformation push, you can hook with education, UNESCO or UNICEF. You can hook with agriculture, FAO. You can make all of the hooks. So the pieces come together, I think, quite well on the ground. We've heard over the weekend a couple of exciting announcements. There's this joint SDG fund. It now has a new window, as they call it, for digital transformation. And I think those kinds of efforts put the partners together and also bring the agencies together on the ground.
Had a conversation with someone who deals with reform issues for the UN, and they said, they always come up with great ideas for reform, and then once it goes through, the membership, that it sort of comes out not as useful as it could be. So I'm just sort of curious. I mean, there will be intergovernmental negotiations, particularly over the next year leading up to the future the Summit of the Future. There's a lot of countries that don't share the same vision, the same values about the degree which human rights should be integrated into the digital space, the degree to which this should be an opportunity to reassert state control, increase surveillance, all these sorts of issues. There has been a big fight over the cybersecurity treaty negotiations, over whether this is going to expand too much the definition of what is criminal in this space, and that could create a lot of problems for people that do kind of research into flaws within the digital kind of space. And so, can you give us some sense why people should feel comfortable about the UN playing this role? Like some people say, the problem, it's like member states are the problem, and then we're going to head in that direction, and they're going to try and pick this all apart, right?
Someone mentioned on a session yesterday, of course, if the UN wasn't created, we'd have to create it. I think the UN role is indispensable in this space. I think the UN brings us together. Definitely countries have different views, companies have different views. What's unique about the ITU is that we actually have private sector members. We have 800 private sector members in addition to our 193 member states. So yes, member states have different views, but I think in one space that they're unified is in the importance of digital. It struck me that when countries adopted in 2015 the Agenda 2030, there was one reference in the whole document to digital.
Right.
Monday, they adopted the SDG summit outcome. There's 13 references. So I say that because I think the recognition of the importance of digital is clear. We heard it yesterday. We heard it the day before. We'll hear it tomorrow in the Summit of the Futures. And we need to focus on closing the digital divide, skilling and upskilling our populations so that people can actually leverage digital technologies to improve their lives.
Right. So one thing I keep hearing from, people in the tech community, human rights community, is that, the internet requires, unlike other issues, direct involvement with other stakeholders, with private sector, with tech, that sort of thing. The UN is basically state-centric. And I mean, I had a conversation some time back with the Pakistani ambassador to the UN, Akram Munir, and he kept coming back to this notion of what's all this, talk in the common agenda about the stakeholders? We're the deciders here, right? So is that likely going to be much of an issue? I mean, is there concern? I mean, this is sort of somewhat related to my previous question, that that it's, you know, that this is a state-centric organization, and they will find an outcome that sort of reinforces the role of the state over other stakeholders.
So picking up on your first point on the internet governance sort of process, we have the Internet Governance Forum, which is multi-stakeholder by essence since its creation. And of course, the IGF leadership panel is also multi-stakeholder. We're looking to that panel to come up with some strong recommendations to reinforce the role of the IGF. I would say the same is true on the World Summit on the Information Society process. Keep in mind, next year, as you said, is the Summit of the Future. The year after is WSIS Plus 20. That's also very multi-stakeholder. So we have to leverage these multi-stakeholder efforts to be able to feed into other member state processes. I would say on the Global Digital Compact, I think the co-facilitators from Sweden and Rwanda have done a great job in trying to bring in the voices, the whole consultation process, to make sure at least the voices are heard as the policy document and framework moves forward.
Right. Let me just, as a last question, we're running out of time, but you've been at the ITU for a long time. There was competition for the role with the Russian candidate. There was sort of leadership with Chinese for a while. What is it like dealing with some of those countries who have a reputation for not being particularly progressive on these issues of freedom of speech? What was it like? You know, I mean, are the Chinese, for instance, trying to rewrite the rules of the internet in the ITU and other parts of the UN?
So I would say keep in mind it's one country, one voice, one vote as well.
One big, powerful voice. But
193 countries, some of which are in this room. And I think it's important to recognize the diversity of our membership. But as I said, what's important for us is the impact that we can make in countries to deliver digital for the benefit of all.
Well, the clock has saved you. So any event, thank you very much. I wish we had more time to do this, but thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
All right. All right, take care. All right, we'll see you.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Catherine. Yeah, I'll just introduce to the stage my colleague, Devex Senior Editor, Catherine Cheney.
Thank you, Kate. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Sina Lawson. Many of you may recognize her. We can go ahead and take a seat if that works for you. So Minister Lawson is joining us from Togo. She's in high demand this week because Togo really is such a model for how technology can improve lives. So really appreciate you taking the time to join us here. She is the Minister of Digital Economy and Transformation in Togo. And for those who aren't familiar, during COVID-19, Togo really demonstrated what we called in a Devex story, precision aid, and what that can look like. And this is through the use of a platform called Novisi. Novisi combined mobile phone metadata, geospatial analytics, and machine learning to prioritize assistance and deliver assistance to the poorest in the country. So today we'll talk about how the government is leveraging digital tools to provide citizens with access to public services, and hopefully lessons for other countries as well. So I want to start with why you are so personally committed to this cause, because in all of my reporting on technology and global development, one thing that emerges is government champions matter. So tell us a little bit more about your personal commitment to the cause, and how have you worked with some of the regulatory barriers that often stand in the way of technology adoption to make progress in Togo?
So good afternoon, everyone. I've spent, I think, all my career in telecom, not as an engineer, but because I believed that that was the tool that could enable real change on the continent. So that was my main reason for, working in digital, and I really liked also technology. So the commitment I had when I started as a minister was, we need to have more of the private sector in Togo. How do you do that? You need to create an enabling environment. So early on, we did a lot of work to change regulations in Togo to increase private sector participation. And the stand that we also took was every time we do a project, let's make sure that we can have the private sector to participate. So we had lots of JVs. For example, we created with a private Polish company, a cybersecurity company that is the operational arm of our national cybersecurity agency. This was innovative because most of the time on the continent and everywhere, when you talk about cybersecurity from a state standpoint, it's really agencies, national agencies, and we said, no, cybersecurity is a service. Let's work with people who can actually deliver services, and most of the time it's the private sector. So we built this model which is entirely new to the continent and maybe to the world. So during the pandemic, because that was your question, right? During the pandemic, what we wanted to do was to support the informal sector. And talking about technology being such a tremendous tool, the idea was we need to support the informal sector because we're implementing mobility restriction measures. So how can we give them cash to support them? And we said we need to build a platform to distribute digital cash so that they would receive it directly with no intermediaries, right? So initially, Novici, which means solidarity, was just about building a payment platform. And because approximately 30% of the Togolese still have 2G only phones, and the poorest Togolese were the ones that were our target, we needed to build a platform that did not require people to have access to the internet in order to register onto the platform. So it was a USSD-based technology, a short code. So
just to jump in on that, it's so interesting because you mentioned, most of the population has 2G phones, and yet I mentioned earlier, you're combining mobile phone metadata, geospatial technology. So that's not a barrier to combining different technology tools.
No, it's not. It's not because to go back to we used satellite imagery to prioritize beneficiaries, because when we started the program, it was really basic. People would register with their biometric IDs, and the platform would determine eligibility based on people's professions and locations, right? And then if you knew someone's neighborhood, and we decided to support only people living in certain areas where we implemented these measures. Otherwise, it wasn't necessarily to just distribute cash. It's a lot of cash. But it was in the world in April 2020, and we did not know how long the pandemic was going to last. So you can't go around distributing cash, not knowing if you're going to be, fighting this pandemic for an additional year. So we had to become very efficient in prioritizing beneficiaries. So we reached out to Esther Duflo, who is the Nobel Economy Prize winner. And we said we need to find new methodologies to prioritize beneficiaries. And she put us in contact with a group of researchers who were able to do two things. Number one, to draw a poverty map of Togo using artificial intelligence, but ranking the 400 districts that we have from the poorest to the richest, and giving for each district the average revenue and the range of revenues within the district. And this is just through satellite imagery. So that was number one. We were able to determine where the poorest Togolese lived. Then the second question, when you know where people live, is who are they? Because you need to actually send them cash, right? And we used another AI algorithm. This time we applied it to mobile operators, CDRs. And the machine, I call it the machine, but the algorithm gave us the phone numbers of people who earn less than $1.25 per day. So now we had their phone number. We texted them saying, register onto our platform with your ID and you will receive cash. So all in all, this program was able to pay out 25% of all Togolese adults, 920,000 people, and 15% of these adults were paid solely determined by two AI algorithms.
Just a question on that. So these research partners you mentioned, this is the Center for Effective Global Action. I know you've partnered with them. You've partnered with Give Directly as well.
Exactly.
And I wonder, you know, there's a lot of value in government academic partnerships, but they also take time. And it's kind of amazing to hear that this worked seemingly so well in the midst of a crisis. So if you can point to any lessons, you know, how did your government work with academic partners, with partners like Give Directly on this precision aid model, and what advice would you give to other governments who are looking to do the same?
So like I would say, like everything in life, we were committed to this partnership. So we would have Zoom calls every week for a year. So we were one team working on Zoom, and even the web of researchers, there were maybe 10, 15 people on the call. You know, every week at the same time, we decided that it was going to be Thursday afternoon. We had the Zoom call and we would work on everything. So even I was sitting on the call. I was sitting on the call because, you know, you just needed to make it happen. So I think it's just to be committed to something, and also to be able to or willing to try out new things. We were also lucky because Give Directly, because this program, we spent $34 million, but $10 million out of this 34 came from Give Directly, who actually reached out to philanthropists in the US saying, there's this program that is determining, prioritizing beneficiaries using AI. Would you be willing to give us money to distribute based on this methodology? Because our government system is not yet ready to pay out people based on AI at the time. Now maybe we've changed, and we have, because we received $100 million from the World Bank to expand this methodology. But in 2020, it would have been hard for us to get the Ministry of Finance to give us money. But Give Directly was able to find this cash for us, and that was great because this was real life experience.
So part of why I'm so excited to have you here today is Togo is an example of how technology can be used to improve lives. And yet, my big question to end on here is, what needs to happen to see more examples like Togo? You know, there are a lot of barriers that stand in the way of this kind of digital transformation in low-income settings. And I wonder, what's one thing you want to see happen? What's kind of your big message as you make the rounds in New York this week for more examples to emerge like Togo?
I feel like I have 1,000 messages, but I would say that it's never about technology. It's always about what technology can do. So I like, you know, innovation and so on, but I'm more interested with what I can do with it. And so digital transformation has to serve a purpose. And the purpose has to be to better maybe include our citizens. You know that half of our population in Africa is less than 18 years old. In countries such as Niger, they're even less than 15 years old. So it means, and 75% are less than 35. And they want nothing more than technology and to be able to live like in Europe or the US and elsewhere. So I think that when we understand that, and I would say the hunger for technology, we also understand the power of this tool. So I would say that one key project for me is connectivity. And it's very important because when you think about connectivity on the continent, we think about mobile connectivity. And we do believe in Togo that fiber is the end game. So we need to be able to deploy fiber to have very high speed internet on the continent, in addition to obviously other technologies.
Minister Lawson, I know you have a busy schedule. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Thank you. So building on that conversation, I'd love to welcome some additional panelists to the stage here for a conversation on AI and the SDGs and how we move from hype to reality. So Togo is one strong example of that, and we're about to hear of some others. So I'd love to welcome to the stage Nasrat Khalid. He's the founder and CEO of Asil app. Nasrat, welcome. Just go ahead and introduce them one by one as they take the stage. Asil is an e-commerce startup with a hybrid model that allows people to buy handmade goods and send aid packages primarily in Afghanistan, and you'll hear more. Come take a seat over here. Thank you. Toby Norman is the CEO of SimPrints, which is a nonprofit technology company focused on biometric identity solutions. You just heard biometrics mentioned for low resource settings. Claire Malamed is the CEO of the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, which is focused on ensuring data can be put to good use to achieve the SDGs, a lot of what we're talking about today. And finally, Priya Vora, who's the CEO of the Digital Impact Alliance, which works with investors, policymakers, and other stakeholders to do digital right. And we'll talk about what that means. So thank you all so much. So I've been really looking forward to this conversation and appreciate you all taking the time. You know, we all know, and we're probably tired of hearing all the ways in which AI is disrupting every industry. And of course, the industries we all work on, foreign aid, global health, humanitarian response, no exception, and many examples we'll hear of today. But in this conversation, we're going to talk about how do we go from a lot of small scale innovation to large scale transformation. And the vision for this panel was to bring together a couple innovators who are doing exciting work in terms of technology and low resource settings, and then a couple leaders working on the systems and the architecture and kind of the less sexy side, if you will, of technology, right? The data, the digital public infrastructure that really needs to come together in order to move from hype to reality, and just all having a conversation together. So I'd love to start with Nasrat, and then we'll hear from our other panelists. So ASEAL, as Devex reported, originally launched with the goal of being sort of like an Etsy-like marketplace for handcrafts from Afghanistan. But since August 2021, ASEAL has transformed into a fundraising and aid distribution platform, and you've really repurposed those same supply chains to focus on the humanitarian crisis in your home country. So I wonder if you can talk about that and maybe why your work in Afghanistan is an example of this real gap between hype and reality for AI.
Yeah, thank you so much, Catherine. Yep, audible. So yeah, allow me to introduce ASEAL a little bit. It's a mobile app, a web platform, iOS, Android, on your phones right now. And we do two things: buy good, where we initially started the marketplace, with the idea of enabling, you know, the success we saw from Etsy, for instance, is a $16 billion company just an hour drive from here. And we know most of global production or, you know, carving of handmade items happens in underdeveloped countries. So what is stopping them from coming on to the digital economy, based on what we really deep dived into, was payments infrastructure and supply chain infrastructure. So if you give countries a payment infrastructure and a supply chain infrastructure, they would be able to partake in the digital economy. So we created that 2017 to 2021. With that infrastructure being built, obviously the country collapsed. And so we were able to then use the same infrastructure that we had within days to go from getting handmade items delivered to the US and Australia and Canada to now getting donations and sending them you know, to people that we identified through our own homemade ID system. And then in addition, created a further line of individuals within the country. Think of them as the Uber Eats drivers within here, for example, in the US, to do that delivery of aid to specific families, do identification, and further do more work in that way.
And I think what's so interesting about your model, first, you know, it points to the need for technology. You talked about identification of beneficiaries, which we'll hear more from Toby on ID in a moment. But also, while technology is key to your model, people also play a key role, right? It's people actually getting aid. And when I want to come back to you to ask, you know, what can be some of the lessons for these larger aid organizations trying to serve people in these contexts? I mean, ASEAL was really getting aid to people who were being left behind by some of these large aid agencies. So we'll get back to that. But I want to bring Toby in here because Toby, Simprints is working to tackle a huge challenge, which is really about identity. 850 million people around the world lack proof of identity. So when we talk about the potential of AI, I mean, if you can't actually prove who you are, you can't access a lot of the benefits that might be digitally enabled. So can you tell us a little bit more about that foundational challenge and how is Simprints working to address that?
Yeah, sure. Let me speak both, I think, to the opportunity, but also candidly to some of the risks that I think we should be grappling with. The Goalkeepers report released last week said that we've learned more in the past 10 years about protecting the health of mothers and children worldwide than we did in the century before that. That's exciting. That's something I'm optimistic about. That's a huge win for the sector. But those innovations mean nothing if we don't actually get them to the mothers and children who need them most, right? The potential of AI for me isn't just the question of can we develop the new tools, the diagnostics, the drugs, the vaccines, but can we use it to actually make sure it's getting to every person who needs it? Yeah. So at Simprance, we build privacy-first digital ID powered by biometrics so that health workers can help identify patients on the front lines and verify care is getting to them. We're coming to the end now of a multi-year deep R&D journey with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to see could we bring down the usable age of children's biometrics, a child's fingerprints, so that you could actually link it to a vaccine record and make sure that every vaccine, including the really breakthrough malaria vaccines, are getting to the right children at the right time. And what I'm optimistic about, the positive side of the story, is that this morning the Minister of Health of Ghana and Gavi announced taking this technology, which has just finally gotten from 5 years down to 9 months, to expand in Ghana to 500,000 children for 11 million doses of vaccines over the next 3 years. And that's heard it first here at Devex. That's the excitement. The risk, and the thing that worries me the most, is that I'm not hearing in the conversations at the UNGA this week enough talk about educating policymakers. Heard a lot about regulation, but not enough people who could candidly put their hands up and say, yes, I have voted for a lawmaker recently because I feel that they're competent to legislate AI, or have even written to their policymakers or their legislators. And second, the investment in the safety technology we need to make this actually work. You know, when nuclear energy came onto the scene, it took 50 years for some of the associated safety technologies to keep up. Where would we be on clean energy if we had invested in passive cooling from the get-go? I've heard no one talk about cryptography or detecting viruses, some things that I think will be critical to make these tools safe.
Yeah, great points. Thank you. And I hope we can come back to some of your points on risk. I want to bring Claire into this because Claire, a lot of the conversations I have around AI and low resource settings, often I get pushback that it's premature to have those conversations because the data infrastructure is so lacking. And so I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about that challenge, the lack of quality data in some of these contexts that really holds back progress on AI. And what are you working to do to address that? What more needs to be done?
Thank you. This is the first time for about 10 days that I've been more than 4 blocks away from the UN, so I'm feeling a little bit of vertigo here. But it's great to be here. No, I mean, I think the challenges are real, but I think it's also absolutely essential that we overcome them. And I think, you know, the example that Toby just gave us, or that we heard from the Minister of Togo, shows that you can overcome them. You know, that presumably getting the benefits from ID relies on being able to process the data which is contained within the system to tell you who are those mothers, who are those children, and so on. So we know it's an entirely solvable problem. I think it's absolutely critical that we do solve it, and fast, because, you know, as we keep hearing, data and the AI technologies digital technologies that are built on data is where economic growth and progress is going to come from in the future. So if we're not solving that problem, we're just storing up a huge amount of future inequality between countries that are and aren't able to quickly leverage the benefits of this technology, shape it in a way which works for their markets, for their needs. So it's absolutely imperative that we do. We just launched at the UN on Sunday the Power of Data initiative, which is bringing together a group of governments that have the political commitment to solve this problem with partners. I think a lot of the challenges in the world of data have been because it tends to get stuck at a slightly technical level. And we look at lots of solutions. There are many solutions, but until you have political interest and momentum to put the money in, to create to kind of bang heads together in institutions and make sure that data is shared and so on, you're not going to get the change. So I think on Sunday, we really saw that sort of pivot, and a group of countries saying, yep, we get that this is a technical problem, but the solutions are to be found in politics, and we're going to get together and do that. So I do feel optimistic about it at the moment.
That's always good to hear. I want to go to Priya because we've heard about digital ID, we've heard about data, and I know that a term that often comes up when we talk about digital technology and AI and the SDGs is digital public infrastructure. And I do the air quotes because it's just one of those jargony terms that I think make people tune out. So I want to break down the jargon and better understand, or help our audience better understand, what is digital public infrastructure? Why is it so critical in helping go from hype to reality when we talk about AI and the SDGs? And can you give us a specific example of what that looks like? We just heard from Minister Lawson about Togo. Maybe what's another example of where that works?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I'm really delighted to be here, and it's nice to be on the stage with people getting their hands dirty and doing some real work. And although I'll take issue with the fact that we are doing the unsexy stuff, I'll do my best
I think
to,
it's sexy, but
to
you know,
say
not
that
everyone agrees.
it is indeed, if not sexy, a very, very important.
Absolutely.
You know, the term digital public infrastructure might be a new term, but it's an old concept. And I think of it much more as a metaphor, as really trying to convey that to run a modern state or a modern economy requires some pretty fundamental things in place, just like trains and roads and whatever railroads of the past. Digital infrastructure is increasingly necessary. So you heard Asil talk about, you know, the work he's doing wouldn't be possible if there wasn't a payment solution, if there wasn't a way to have some way to identify folks, if there wasn't a way to, you know which dwellings you have and where people live. And there's just it's kind of the underlying plumbing that makes all of these applications thrive. So as we want to see more innovators like Asil out there, it really requires building on the political will to lay these foundations and lay this infrastructure. My concern isn't that it's kind of those who will or those who won't, but the fact is you can have ID systems that do more harm than good. You can have payment systems that lead to more not necessarily exclusion, but maybe rent seeking than is necessary. So, you know, when Minister Lawson's up here and she's saying, I'm designing for the, $1 a day 2G phone user, that extreme focus on inclusion is going to lead you to choices in not only your policy environment, but in your technology solutions that are going to either maximize inclusion or not, maximize trust or not, maximize, individuals' agency and control and transparency over data or not. And I think the whole DPI world is really not just saying we need these foundations, but we need to do it in a way that really puts people at the center and really tries to drive for those kind of more radical sense of inclusion and trust.
So let's lean into this discussion on risk for a moment, because Priya, you were just mentioning some of these models can actually do more harm than good, depending on how they're designed. And would love to hear from any of you on this, but actually, Nasrat, it'd be interesting to hear in the context of Afghanistan, some of the people who could most benefit from the work Asil is doing could also be the most at risk by having their information out there, perhaps in a way that isn't secure. So would love to hear from you how you think about risk in Afghanistan, and then others can jump in on that as well.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. So I'd take a little step back in terms of how did we get to this point where we are creating solutions for feeding people, literally, by the end of the day. So, I mean, taking a step back, 2017, I left the World Bank. I used to work with the World Bank for 7 years, and the reason I left was that I was told you have too much focus on tech. So we need to get that, mentality, and everybody needs to know how we think in these broader, bigger institutions like the World Bank and the UN and others. So with that mindset, when we started working on the infrastructure, at the time, the payment infrastructure for the most part is built by me and a team of 40 people. The infrastructure that the country had was created in tranches on every 5 years. There's a project from the World Bank for so-and-so ministry. There's a project from USAID for so-and-so ministry. The underlying infrastructure was built in a very scattered way with billions of dollars thrown in there. So one is when the country collapsed, and this is August 2021, we saw that in the news. Everyone left, including the UN, including any broader institution that had been there. So when everybody was leaving, we were creating these solutions, and that required a lot of resilience from the community, and a very, very big amount of understanding of the local community. So I think comparatively, when we look at our food delivery, and we've now delivered food to 500,000 people, and they are all going through this identification system. They are all delivered through local heroes with the Uber Eats model. And we look at, as entrepreneurs, as tech-focused startups, we look at top-of-the-game technology. I'm not sitting here, as the director of, some big institution. We're going out there to the newest technology that we can find, but also mixing that with the local understanding of the situation. That is exactly how you can get a system, until the time that we can then feed this into a broader, bigger system. I would think that localization, bringing local people and empowering them, is going to enable you to do this safely in a local manner, the physical safety, and then connecting to the best of the game in the tech sector is going to give you that tech security that you're looking for.
I want to jump in with a question here. So ASEAL was really filling a void, right, in a time of crisis in Afghanistan. And yet, it's not always an either or of, disruptors and innovative models coming in, or these large legacy organizations that perhaps need to speed up technology adoption. It can be a both and. And I want to hear a little bit more from others here. Minister Lawson was just mentioning partnerships. Yes, she's a champion for technology, but she's also worked with external partners to, pursue that model of precision aid we talked about. Toby just mentioned a big partnership Simprints announced today with other big organizations. So what do you see as the role of partnerships in moving from hype to reality on AI and the SDGs? And back to that point on risk, how partnerships can help in digital transformation, but also how partnerships can help manage on risk.
I mean, I run a global partnership, so I obviously think partnerships are important. But I think partnerships are important, but like any other part of the puzzle, they can deliver differently depending on the context in which they're delivering. So absolutely, and more than ever in technology, a lot of the new technologies, a lot of the capacity, a lot of the actual physical infrastructure that we need is held in the private sector, in civil society. So, absolutely, if you're trying to create a kind of national level infrastructure and government is to be involved, you need those public-private partnerships. But I think what you really need to make that successful and to make sure that those contribute to building a sort of overall system is for those partnerships to be developed in the context of an overall political strategy. I mean, your point about the danger of fragmentation and lots of different things being built absolutely resonated with me in terms of the data system. And what we see again and again in data is a project here, let's run a household survey, or a project there, let's boost this, let's boost the data system in this sector, or let's collect data to overcome this specific problem. And they're all worthwhile things. But if they're not happening within a strategy, you're missing a huge opportunity for those things to sort of together contribute to building a system, to use the data over and over again. You're essentially just making those investments much less efficient than they should be, and doing less good than you could be with those resources. So I think partnerships are critical, but they work best when they're in the context of a really strong overall strategy.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there. Priya, did you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's, a key part of investing in partnerships in my mind is also just a lot of the peer learning. I think it's important to put in context that I don't think there's one country has figured it out in terms of driving digital inclusion and digital equity, has competitive markets, and where there's real trust in how data is being used. And, and the fact that nobody's figured it out means that there's so much opportunity for investing in problem solving together. Asil, you said, we wanted to get connected and learn from the brightest out there. And Minister Lawson said she wanted to learn from, she contacted Esther Duflo. And then, it turns out how many countries are now going to Togo to ask them, how did you do that registration the way you did? They're becoming the center of gravity for a lot of these kind of lower resource settings on I don't know, sometimes nitty gritty matters, but just having the forum for more of these practitioners to connect to one another and really kind of find some peers, I think is really, really, really important.
Toby, I want to ask you something. So you mentioned a new partnership today around malaria, which is very exciting. But I actually think it would be helpful to hear from some of Simprint's past work when we talk about moving from hype to reality. You mentioned today all the innovation in maternal newborn health, but it's about getting those innovations to people who can benefit. What's an example of Simprint's work that maybe points to how partnership can deliver, points to how partnerships can deliver not just the tech, but ways to manage the risk? Can you tell us a little bit more?
Let me just take one example then. We touched on a little bit earlier today, verifying the delivery of trachoma surgeries. So we've heard earlier how important eye care is and what genuinely, not in a conceptual way, what genuinely that means for a patient who has a single surgery and goes from nearly blind to be able to see. Well, what does that mean for their life, their economics, their family? One of the huge challenges we have is we try and deliver these life-saving, life-changing frontline interventions. It's incredibly hard to truly trace where they're going to deliver and where not, especially at scale. Right? So some of the data that we flow up that's been moving in this space, there are estimates that 30 to 45% of all digital health data out there is either over or underreporting and is not accurate and is not usable. So when we're thinking about the big numbers, beyond the pilot phase, but the big numbers, the national numbers, how do we really trust the accuracy of that data? That's a place we've been working that I think has a lot of opportunity. For example, Simprint's partnering with the Ministry of Health in Ethiopia and SIF, a funder, to verify the delivery of these trachoma surgeries to hundreds of thousands of patients. That's a moment of opportunity. The question that I ask myself, and the one I don't think we've solved yet as a sector, is how do we line up the incentives so as we do that, we can really focus all of our efforts on the stuff that actually matters, which is getting those things there, which I think influences the super sexy, super important infrastructure elements of it, as well as the funding, so that everyone is pulling to that final point, because it doesn't matter if we have great ideas and they don't actually get to people.
Mm-hmm. Agreed there. So speaking of that, getting great ideas to people, we have just a couple minutes left, and I want to end with a question for you all about the role of the UN. So we're all here for the UN General Assembly, and I think a big question on my mind, and I'm sure we'll ask this tomorrow when we meet with the UN Tech Envoy, is what is the UN's role? What role should the UN play, or what role should it not play when it comes to AI and the SDGs and going from hype to reality? So we'll end with that. Just want to hear briefly from each of you. What's your one message on the role the UN should or should not play in this space? Maybe we'll start with Priya.
So I'll go first, and because I have a very specific ask, and Doreen answered a lot of this question on kind of the high-level policy front, but I think the UN and the whole family of institutions sits on gobs and gobs of data, and if we really want AI to serve everyone everywhere, I think we need to do a lot to ensure all these stranded data assets get unlocked meaningfully and securely, and I think they should put their money where their mouth is.
Thanks for that. Claire?
I mean, I think, the UN does a lot of things, some of them better than others, but I think the primary need, which we need the UN for and no other institution can really do at this point, is the norm setting. The UN has a kind of absolutely unparalleled legitimacy in norm setting, which comes from its convening power, from the fact that, every member state is represented. We heard at the end of the interview with Doreen earlier how, the challenges of that, all the things which are best about the UN, the democracy, the breadth, the convening power, are also the things that are kind of most difficult about the UN, that it's really, really hard to reach consensus, that, we're in a very fractured world and the UN can't change that. but the UN is the only place that has the convening power and the legitimacy to actually really set the new norms within which hopefully we can all work.
Thank you, Claire. Toby.
I think that's great. And the power for me is convening with focus. If we want to unlock the potential of AI, the beyond the hype, and actually do it in a way that's like safe, ethical, responsible, inclusive, how do we get Tedros to wake up and worry about what it really means to have privacy with AI tools for frontline patients? That I think if we could do that, we could get a ton of focus there and move the needle.
Great point. That's right.
Yeah, so I'm more tunnel vision right now because I'm focused on humanitarian. So I will do specifically WFP. So just by the end of today in New York City, there's going to be 3 million deliveries done. That's food deliveries, package deliveries, you name it. Just in this city today, 3 million deliveries are happening. And people exactly know which restaurant it's coming from, who cooked it, how did it get to me, who brought it to me, at what time did it get to me. But then when we look at feeding people in Afghanistan, we have to put a programming committee. $4 billion is not enough. We have no idea where the money is going, to whom it's going. There's no identification tools. There's nothing. So a specific ask for WFP. Focus on policy, bring people together, fundraise. You do not need to do logistics. You don't need to do deliveries. You don't need to do procurement and things like that. Leave that to startups. And that, I think one point of that is, we have something called Direct Aid Beta. It's a demonstration of, get your phone, download the ASIL app, buy a $39 package. You will know where it's going. You will also get a video of the guy delivering it. We did that intentionally to prove a point. I think if we get the UN to do the policy work and make it easy for us, Toby and others to really do the work, it would be amazing. And we might get countries with less hunger.
Thank you, Nusrat. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists today. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. I want to welcome my colleague, Kate Warren, back to the stage.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, everyone. So at the start of this afternoon, we pulled up a poll, Mentimeter, and asked you what you see as the biggest barrier to achieving the SDGs. So I wanted to reveal your results, this beautiful word cloud. Interesting to see right there in the middle, funding, which you might have noticed that was one of our big themes this morning. Was looking at the investment and funding needed. We see prioritization, lack of innovation, conflict, financing, political will. These are all great themes that we'll be exploring through today and tomorrow. We do have another question coming up. You can also use it as fodder because we're about to have a networking break if you want to break the ice with someone, introduce yourself. But we'll be asking about what you see as the most disruptive to your work in global development. AI and technology, we just heard about some of those disruptions now, new funding sources, climate, localization, geopolitical landscape. You have plenty of options to choose from. We are going to break for some networking time, so please take advantage of some of the food and beverages that are around, and then we will be back here shortly for another exciting afternoon of programming where we'll dig into topics of global health, particularly maternal and newborn health and polio, and climate. We'll be hearing from Rory Stewart, Bill Easterly, and a 12-year-old climate activist I'm really excited to hear about. So thank you all. For those of you joining online, stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. All right, everyone. We are going to get started again in just a moment. So please feel free to find a seat. I know it's fun to be able to catch up and talk with each other. Great to see all these connections being made. Thank you. We have another exciting lineup this afternoon. For those of you who may be leaving or coming back, and if you aren't planning on coming back, we have had a run on our name tags. If you want to leave them, we would really appreciate so we can recycle them. But if you are coming back, please keep them, just if you don't think you'll be able to return. But we're going to get started here in just a minute. Again, I want to be able to show you guys, thank you to those of you who participated in our poll on what you see as the most disruptive to your work in global development. It seems like geopolitical landscape has been the runaway winner. There's still time to add your thoughts to it. In second place, we have climate, which actually works out well because we are going to be covering climate as one of our core topics this afternoon, as well as themes of new funding sources and localization. But I'm about to introduce our next speakers to the stage, so I would appreciate if everyone could sit down and be sure to give them their full attention. And we will definitely have time to catch up and network afterwards at the reception this evening. Okay, well, we are going to get started. Again, we do have a packed agenda. We want to make sure we have plenty of time to talk to all of the amazing speakers we have gathered here this afternoon. So, if you do have conversations, you maybe can carry them a little bit quietly in the back so that those of us up here can hear them. I would like to welcome to the stage our partners from Medtronic Labs. We have Oren Umbiro, who's the Chief Medical Officer for Medtronic Labs, and Ann Stake, who's the Chief Strategy and Product Officer for Medtronic Labs. And again, I really appreciate if we can give our speakers some attention and try to keep the talking down. Please, round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. Great to see you both. Hope you've been having a good week here on all the UNGA festivities and that surround it. And what we want to do is talk a little bit about partnerships and digital innovation. We just finished a session earlier talking about AI and other innovations, but really drill down into the example of Sierra Leone and how you at Medtronic Labs are using these new approaches to really advance healthcare. So Oren, I would love to start with you. Medtronic Labs is partnering with the Sierra Leone Ministry of Health to work on deploying a new model of primary care that's really data-driven, a new healthcare model. Can you tell us more about this and what is so revolutionary and new and what is working?
Great, thank you very much. So, as you've correctly mentioned, we've been working with the government of Sierra Leone now for a few years, and we are looking at how to improve primary health care, leveraging on technology in Sierra Leone. So we know there's been a lot of buzz around primary health care and how that can be strengthened. And we see a lot of value in leveraging on technology to be able to drive that. So one is we are doing this through two approaches. So one is by participating and supporting the ministry in developing and deploying their digital health strategy. And the digital health strategy really looks at how do we deploy scalable and sustainable digital health models that can have real impact on the people of Sierra Leone. And then two, how then do we leverage on this digital health strategy and the technologies that come with that to one, improve access to care, mainly through community health services and lower level facilities. Two, to improve the quality of these services through many approaches that digital health can enable. So such as decision support tools for the community health worker, linkage to care, retention in care, and even some of the nudges to improve how clinicians prescribe medicines, how they alter those medicines and all that. And then three, how then do we leverage that to drive patient outcomes? Because that's really the North Star. so that it's not just digital health for the sake of it, but how does that, as we strengthen primary healthcare, is it having a real impact on the people of Sierra Leone that we serve? Thank you.
Thank you. And Anne, we've both been in some other events this week where I think there's been a lot of discussion around integrated primary healthcare and not looking at things just from silos and having a more integrated approach. So can you talk a little bit about your SPICE platform work and how it goes about trying to achieve this goal?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. So we're really excited about this new phase of work in Sierra Leone that we're about to kick off. So as Oren mentioned, we've been working in Sierra Leone for about 2 years and have been able to show with our SPICE platform and our programs measurable clinical outcomes for patients in the country. And now together with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we're really working with the ministry to reimagine primary care and really break down a lot of the barriers that we've seen in the past. So there's 4 key things that really make our approach different. So really the first is all around the bidirectional linkage between community health and facilities. So oftentimes we see community health work, collecting data, reporting into DHIS2, but not being linked to the primary healthcare centers. What we're doing is really equipping community health workers with SPICE, where we can diagnose and refer patients to the nearest health center, risk stratify them, create treatment plans that then link back out to community health workers. So we're actually following up based on data. The second key area is all around integrated primary care, as you say. So really breaking down the verticals with the ministry. So really thinking about how malaria, TB, HIV, but also NCDs like mental health, hypertension, and diabetes all fit together. So we're no longer addressing clinical verticals separately. And then the third key area is all around how are we actually using data, not just collecting data. So we've seen so many digital health tools that are just collecting data or digitizing paper records and reporting. But we're working with the ministry to figure out how do we actually use that data to drive outcomes. So at the community health level, that's all about how do you decide which patients to visit when based on clinical need. At the facility, that might look like better decision-making for doctors. At the Ministry of Health level, that looks like making better population health decision or policy decisions. And then the fourth component, and I know this is quite buzzwordy, but we've been working on how do we actually create machine learning and AI use cases that are actually constrained, ethical, and driven by government as well.
So you talk a bit about outcomes, and I know you really focus, particularly as a data-driven company, on clinical outcomes. So Oren, can you talk a little bit about what those outcomes are that you're tracking, what you're hoping to learn from them?
Yeah, so we look at outcomes from 2 perspectives. So there is one, the individual patient level outcomes, because as I said earlier, all this is to improve someone's life. And these outcomes can be a reduction in blood pressure. It really depends on the disease condition that we are addressing. Whether it's reduction in blood pressure, reduction in blood glucose, whether it's cure rate for TB, whether it's reduction, because we also look at the social determinants of health, the lifestyle, behavioral factors. So has someone stopped using tobacco? Has their BMI reduced? So that's the first layer of outcomes, which is the number 1 priority. The second one is health system outcomes. So health system performance, health system efficiency. And as Anne has mentioned, looking at how is digital health enabling prioritization of the highest risk patients to be visited, say, by a community health worker or to be followed up. And then 2, how is the health system then leveraging on the data that is being collected through the digital platform to optimize the little resources that are available in the country to be able, say, to plan for medications, to optimize human resource capacity, and even build that capacity. So those are the 2 layers of outcomes we look at. And we do this continuously with the health systems that we work with. And we do this, especially in Sierra Leone, on a monthly basis with the facilities and with the regional, subnational, and national governments that we work with. Yeah, thank you.
And what potential do you see in kind of scaling this model, beyond Sierra Leone?
So Medtronic Labs, we work in about 10 countries, but our ambition is to have this sort of data-driven model approached or adopted and adapted, worldwide. We're building a consortium that we announced earlier this week at CGI, all around our open source platform, but also about the approach. So it doesn't have to be just about SPICE or using our technology per se, but how do we actually create digital health that delivers value to health systems, that creates measurable outcomes? I think we've all seen like the hundreds of millions of dollars pouring into digital health, and yet haven't seen a lot of return necessarily on that investment. And so we're building, partnerships with not only governments, but also bilateral donors in Africa, CDC, WHO, all of the players. So invite everyone to join, and hopefully it can scale well beyond Sierra Leone and the work we're doing there.
And what recommendations would you have for other countries or organizations that are looking to scale this? And I'll start with you, Anne, and then hear from you, Oren.
I think what we've seen is that so many digital health solutions are just codifying existing services. So we see time and time again, service delivery models that maybe are so very inconvenient for patients. There might be 10 touch points that a patient has to go through to get a simple service. And then digital health companies come in, or digital health innovators come in and simply digitize what exists. And I think a push for everyone is to really rethink digital health, not make it something that just comes in and digitizes, but really aims to transform and generate health outcomes.
Oren?
Yes, so as we move towards and embrace primary healthcare and community health services as our pathway to UHC, I know there's been a lot of discussions around, are we giving community health workers too much to do? Or are we putting too much pressure on primary healthcare facilities, given the limited resources available there? So my recommendation is the trade-off here is not to decentralize services. The better trade-off is to leverage on the power of technology. One, to improve how those services are offered so that we can optimize those resources at that level. And then two, to reduce things like the reporting burden on community health workers or primary healthcare facilities. And also there have been a lot of discussions around the quality of services that can be offered at that level as we do this task shifting and task sharing. So again, digital health then gives us a roadmap and a way to be able to improve the quality of care that is offered at that level through some of the digital decision support tools that technology offers. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Oren. Thank you, Anne. And thank you to Medtronic Labs for being an innovation partner with us here. If people want to learn more, I'm sure you'll be sticking around. Feel free to come find them. But thank you both. And we will continue now with the topic of global health. And I'll introduce my colleague, Catherine Cheney, to the stage. But thank you all.
Thank you, Kate. And I'd love to welcome our panelists for this next conversation. So today I'm joined by two global health leaders who have been hard at work bringing an inflatable device for assisted vaginal births to market. Gary Cohen, who's the CEO of Maternal Newborn Health Innovations, which you'll learn more about soon, and Renuka Gade, who's the Senior Advisor for Global Diagnostics at the Clinton Health Access Initiative, and also an advisor to Maternal Newborn Health Innovations. So they formally worked together at Becton Dickinson, which many of you know is a medical technology company. It made a big investment in this device we'll be talking about, but ultimately decided not to commercialize it due to some changes within the company. And we're going to get an update on what's new and what's next for this device. Now, this may be familiar to some of you. This innovation was developed by a car mechanic from Argentina named Jorge Odon, after he saw a video of a plastic bag pulling a loose cork from a wine bottle. And now it is Odon Assist. We're going to learn more about where it is in its journey. But before we dive in, I really want to make sure everyone here understands the need for innovation in this space. If you've given birth or been in a delivery room, you probably understand. But just a few statistics here. 15% of all births involve prolonged, difficult labor that can create stress for the mother and baby and also increase the risks they face in what can really be a life and death situation. Assisted vaginal birth is an intervention that reduces these risks, like maternal hemorrhage, stillbirths, and admissions to the neonatal intensive care unit. But there's reluctance to use devices like forceps and vacuum extraction, and these can also cause injury and complications. Often the next course of action is a cesarean section, which many of you know is overutilized in many countries, and it's also just not an option in many low and middle income countries, which is where 95% of maternal deaths occur. So enter Odon Assist, and that's what we'll be talking about. Diving right in, Gary, can you tell us a little bit more about Odon Assist, how it works, and why for many years now you have been so personally committed to bringing it to market?
Thank you, Catherine. So Odon Assist extends a soft plastic film pouch over the head of the newborn, which has an air cuff in it that's inflated. It's a 360-degree gentle connection that enables an obstetrician and at some point midwives to gently move the fetus through the birth canal and have a safe birth. And I just want to share with you that today, if a woman, a girl or a woman in many developing countries, it's girls under 18, has prolonged difficult labor, the options are to perform a C-section, which often can't be done in rural areas. So the girl, the woman has to be transferred to a hospital in a city. By then, more likely than not, the newborn will perish and the girl or woman may perish. And C-sections in the second stage of labor are much more risky based on the position of the baby. So what are the other options? Forceps and vacuum. Forceps were invented in the late 16th century, so late 1500s. The first C-sections were performed in the 1500s. Vacuum was invented in 1850. Now, I'm ancient. I carry an iPhone 8. Talk to my kids. They think I'm completely out of date because this might have been made 10 years ago. Today, the tools that are being used are more than 500 years old. I can't think of any other area of technology. So this area is absolutely ripe for intervention. And I'll just say, no, we don't have a lot of time. Human clinical studies have been completed. They went incredibly well. Study in France, 89% successful delivery with the device, much higher than we anticipated, and not a single mark on a newborn. What really distinguishes this, and this is shown through the studies, we're not making a claim here, but the studies show that all newborns were born without any severe adverse effects, no severe adverse effects to mothers. Mothers love the device, and I can tell you, women who are going to give birth are terrified of forceps being used on them. And there were women who changed the hospitals to be in the clinical study just so they can have access to this device for their birth.
So in a moment, we'll hear from Renuka about the strategy to start in higher income markets. But first, I want to hear more about maternal newborn health innovations and help our audience understand how did it come together.
So Maternal Newborn Health Innovations is a public benefit corporation, so it's incorporated to achieve social purpose. I was very senior at BD, Becton Dickinson. I was there 37 years. I was an executive officer 25 years. Renuka and I worked hand in hand together. We've been partners for 2 decades, and we worked together on developing this device at BD. And then COVID hit and the priorities shifted around, and BD said, you know, it's working great, but we're not going to go for it because obstetrics is not part of our strategy. And it was kind of left in limbo. So I don't know if you know the name Mark Kramer. He's one of the 2 principles of shared value creation with Michael Porter. I used to teach a case study up at Harvard Business School, and I told him what it was in limbo, and he said, we'll start a company and we'll pull together. We now have 34 people working in 9 countries, about 80% of them who were former colleagues from BD.
And while you and Mark came together to start Maternal Newborn Health Innovations, very committed to this idea and this innovation, it hasn't been easy. You faced some challenges. So can you talk about those challenges, and then we'll go to Renuka.
Yeah, there's actually a term that got that coined Odon fatigue, because people had heard about this. Was on the front page of the New York Times in 2013. I can tell you, developing an entirely new innovation in a field like this it's hard. It was hard for a big company. It's challenging for a startup, and we lost some time along the way. We lost a year. WHO was supposed to mobilize clinical studies, and they didn't end up being able to mobilize this. So we had to shift to Europe. The Gates Foundation funded those studies. We lost a year there. And then when BD decided not to commercialize the device, we lost another 18 months, 2 years. And then the regulatory process, appropriately, is very rigorous, much more rigorous in Europe now for the CE mark than it was in years past. So as a small company, we're working through all this. We're absolutely determined. We're going to bring this to market. This is like a lifelong passion for those of us working on it.
Well, thank you for taking the time to share more about it. And Renuka, I want to bring you into this because Gary was mentioning just how ancient some of these interventions are in delivery rooms. Can you talk about, when it comes to maternal newborn health innovations, why is this space so particularly challenging?
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you for having me and joining Gary on this panel. And it's good to see many old friends here as well. But let me start with generally market challenges, and I'll get to maternal health very quickly. So I always said, through my years of experience, you need to kind of have a really well-defined problem, the right product that can work in low middle income countries as well as in the developed world, and right price, right people, a right program. By program, I mean funding or consolidated way to lead procurement, a right policy. And my experiences suggest that even if one of these are not aligned, then a very good technology may never realize its potential. Now, that's in general the issue of market access and market shaping. But when it comes to maternal health solutions, I feel all of these get even more amplified or magnified because you're talking about, and you said that in your intro comments, that this affects 15% of all pregnancies. And so when you're talking about a small segment of the population, then it's not a viable large market sometimes in low middle income countries. And so for a fragmented situation, there's all the more need to have an accelerator program that focuses on not just bringing these innovations into being, but scaling innovations. And I think it's actually an exciting time because there are a bunch of new innovations, the ODAN SS being one example. And what we need now is that enabling environment. For lack of an enabling environment, you see many examples at CHAI. We have a maternal health focused team. We're part of an initiative of a consortium called Smile for Mothers. And we see very good technologies or medications. I'll give you an example of tranexamic acid, off-patent medication that's needed for addressing postpartum hemorrhage, a condition where mothers who've delivered a baby are losing about 500 milliliters of blood within the first 24 hours. There are studies that show that using TXA, the tranexamic acid, will reduce the postpartum mortality by 30%. WHO has included it in their normative guidance. But then if you don't have a program and an organized market and funding, you don't see it scale. And since 2017, this product's around, so is the heat-stable carbetocin, but market traps or market failures can occur if you don't have that focus of taking great innovations to scale.
So I think you sort of touched on part of the reason for the strategy to start in high-income markets with Odon Assist is the relatively low percentage of assisted vaginal birth interventions in low-income contexts. In terms of other lessons, so starting in the high-income markets is one part of the strategy. What are other lessons from Odon Assist's journey in terms of how to get that alignment needed in order to take innovations to scale?
So I think one of the good things that we did when we were together at PD was we actually reached out to the Gates Foundation, who were very supportive of wanting to conduct clinical studies and trials. So we had a really nice collaborative business model framed to say how we need to partner with universities, with professional bodies, with funders and donors, with mothers, and bring their voices to the table. So this collaborative partnership is one lesson, which I think will be implemented in this new company. And I just wanted to kind of finish to say that from the lessons learned, when we started, we were doing a clinical study in the low middle income countries first. And that, in hindsight, probably was a mistake because we lost a good 1 year with WHO. The fact that you have just about less than 2% AVVs in many parts of the developing world should indicate that those were not prime sites for trial. And so we worked with the Gates Foundation to pivot the clinical studies in Europe, in UK and France, which Gary referred to. I think Gary wants to
And just
add.
yesterday, the French Agency for Innovation and Development approved a study. The next study is going to be in Ethiopia. So we're now moving ahead and it's going to be the first use by midwives of the device as well. So it's always been our plan to create high access in low resource countries. But just as Renuka said, so little AVB was being done that it was very difficult. And it's not like WHO didn't try hard. It was very difficult to mobilize a study where they weren't used to the practice. So we went to UK and France, where AVB is much more commonly performed, proved out the effectiveness of the device, and now we're moving back into a low resource setting.
Fascinating, and really interested in following that story as it unfolds. We're running out of time. There's so much more we could discuss, but Gary, can you just share any final words in terms of what's next for Odon Assist?
I just want to say this. In the clinical studies, they measured the pain of newborns at birth. It's a sophisticated method based on facial expression. With forceps and vacuum, forceps are clamps, vacuum is a suction cup on the top of the head. The pain scores are high, 4 or 5 out of 5-point scale. With Odon Assist, the pain scores were low or 0 to 1. Newborns were feeding on the first day in ways typically it doesn't happen with assisted vaginal birth. Childbirth can be the most joyous and also the most traumatic experience for women. Joy of a newborn, but if there's a stillbirth, if the baby comes out with a coned head or bruised up, even if the baby's going to be okay, very traumatic for parents. And some things, if it's a stillbirth, they never overcome it. This is why we're working on this. We've had long careers. We're not doing this for fame or fortune. This has to be done, and that's why we're working on it.
Well, it's a fascinating story and so many lessons. Thank you both for taking the time, and please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to welcome to the stage my colleague Alex and Devex Director of Partnerships, Alex Cabret.
Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. And Renuka, it was great to see you on stage. I know we were talking about this about 5 years ago. You were hoping to have it on the market. So it's great to see it happening. Next, we are going to talk about pandemic preparedness and response. So I'm happy to welcome to the stage Gavin Clarity from Abbott. So thank you, Gavin, for being our partners, innovation partners today at Devex UNGA. And we're very happy to have you today, because today is the high-level meeting on pandemic preparedness and response. We're lucky to have a person who has a PhD in molecular biology. You've been working on these issues for over 20 years, and on surveillance, pathogen surveillance. And it's an important moment to discuss these issues. And so at Abbott, you're the head of infectious disease research. You're also the head of the Pandemic Defense Coalition. That is, we'll dive into this a bit later, but yeah, it's great to have you here and have an expert of these issues.
Thank you.
So welcome.
It's great to be here.
Yeah. So pandemic, we're in an era of pandemics, as you all know, with climate change, biodiversity loss, travels, urbanization growing, and so you're working on projects that are looking at identifying new and known pathogens and how they evolve. So we'll want to know, in the COVID era, we've realized that diagnostics and testing have really helped us getting out of the crisis. Right. And what were the main lessons learned about our health systems during that time, and how we should prepare for the future?
There were so many lessons. That's a start. I think we learned how fast these things can come upon us, how fast viruses move, how fast these threats can emerge, and that we have to be ever vigilant and faster. So viruses move fast, we have to move faster. We also learned how important collaboration, partnership, really is in staying one step ahead. Also, the importance of public-private partnerships, that all stakeholders have had to come together and pull in the same direction for us to get out of that situation. And this is something I think we need to remain cognizant of and vigilant of, is that we need to stay connected, stay collaborating moving forward. The importance, as you rightly pointed, of diagnostics, I think people might forget how important diagnostics are, but they're the first tool you put in a physician's hands when an emerging threat is coming, like when a pandemic starts to happen. It's also the backbone of a resilient healthcare system in terms of dealing with every kind of illness. The first thing often that a physician will do is try and diagnose what's making somebody sick. It's also can be a flag. A canary in the coal mine, if you like. So when you have physicians ordering diagnostic tests because people are in front of them and they're sick, but the tests are negative, than what's making them sick. That's a flag then that causes you to dig in further and try and use more sophisticated techniques to see if there's something new or different that's making them sick.
Okay, so what inspired the launch of the coalition? And it's been a program that lasted for before the launch of the coalition 3 years ago.
Yep.
The coalition operates in 5 continents.
Right.
And you have over 20 organizations that are a member of it, including public health organizations. So what inspired the launch of it? I guess it was COVID.
Well, I think that's a really good question. So the ABBA Pandemic Defense Coalition is in 20 partner sites in 17 countries on 5 continents. I think Abbott realized, the unique place or the unique role that that industry and diagnostics can play in preventing the next pandemic. It's actually built on the foundation of a 30-year program that's been ongoing, that started in HIV, looking at how known viruses and pathogens are evolving and changing over time. This is critically important to make sure that diagnostic tests work, therapeutics work, and everything else. So we've HIV, hepatitis, and others. And we were in a position through our virus discovery program to really have an impact early and quick in COVID. I think this is what really inspired us to commit and recommit to pandemic preparedness. I think being able to go from discovering something, leveraging diagnostics for known illnesses and diseases, finding the ones that are new or emerging, but rapidly building diagnostic tests that can be placed in the hands of experts around the world to understand if it's important, and to be able to scale that to respond to an emergency if it is important. I think that's a unique strength that industry plays. In collaboration with our partners who are in the public health space or academia, everybody brings something different to the table. Public health are the eyes, ears, the boots on the ground. Industry brings innovation and technology, and also the capacity to actually act on what we find.
Right, so exactly. So how do you then partner with these organizations to integrate diagnostics at all levels of the health systems?
Well, diagnostics is kind of, the backbone of a resilient healthcare system. It's in everyday life, as we said, whether it be, I'm in the infectious disease side, so whether it's an HIV, hepatitis, malaria, dengue, you're always relying heavily on diagnostics. So I think it's important that we maintain this focus and leverage it appropriately, and also to train to build that kind of diagnostics infrastructure for every day, and that'll stand to your advantage, in the event of an emerging infection. And this coalition that we've developed on the really enables us to directly help build capacity and infrastructure around the world. It's not just about the lab, component, which is very important. It's also about the epidemiology and taking a holistic approach, the bioinformatics on the back end. We've partnered with the Task Force for Global Health and the TEFINET program on field epidemiology training. We sponsor and actually are actively involved in 10 fellowships around the world. Each year, we're into our 3rd year. So we've basically trained about almost 100 virus hunters in various skills.
Yeah, exactly. I was reading about the virus hunters. Can you tell us more about this and sharing examples of, let's say, 2 virus hunters and who they are and what they do?
Okay, well,
pick 2. Try to pick 2.
Okay, pick 2. So, the virus hunters are just kind of a catch-all name. We have, 2 people who are involved in this space. So I'm not going to give names, but we have one that I would call out because it pulls in the collaboration and partnership element, is a TEFINET field epidemiology training fellow that we have in Uganda that is working on black water fever, which is a severe manifestation of malaria, and they have a high burden in Uganda. So that pulls in training this person. We're pulling in the Uganda Viral Research Institute. Mentor is from the US CDC. The British MRC are present. We're leveraging the APDC and Abbott's expertise. So it's kind of like, it takes a village to raise a child, but we all have to be involved in trying to train the next generation of virus hunters. We have other virus hunters who are literally boots on the ground and working in places like Leticia in the Amazon basin in Colombia, or working in Cucuta, in an area where you've got a lot of human mobility coming to the Darien Strait. So these you've got to kind of go where the people are.
Right. So it's really building capacity at the local level, I guess, with a lot of lot of these virus center organizations. So what's your recommendation, how to partner with other members of the global health community? Have you done it with the coalition?
So we have been engaged in various with various groups and in communication with US CDC and WHO and others. But I think we really need to focus on these kind of partnerships and the unique skills and resources that industry brings to the table. And this is a unique and different way of doing things, where industry is leading a network and democratizing all of the expertise that we've generated or learned over all of these years, and providing all these resources to do it. And in order for us to not reinvent the wheel or relive history, I think I would have a call to action that we remember COVID. I know it's a painful thing to remember. Nobody really wants to remember the pandemic. We want to forget about it. But we need to remember how important it was for industry and public health to be working hand in glove together.
All right. So what's your call to action? I mean, the high-level meeting is happening today. What are you hoping to see coming out of it in terms not only commitments, but action?
I would hope to see a recommitment to vigilance, a recommitment to building infrastructure and capacity, to training the next generation of virus hunters. I'm not that old, but I'm getting old. So, we need the next generation to kind of follow us. And we need to integrate industry in a way that makes sense in programs like the Abbott Pandemic Defense Coalition, to work with WHO in some capacity, and US CDC. I think this is important.
So we have many other members of the global health community in the room. How can they partner with the coalition, or with you, or just with the broader ecosystem in general?
Well, I think, just reach out to me. We're very collaborative and open to working with anyone, who's interested in this shared goal. It starts with communication. I think that's one of the most basic things that we need to get, is to network the networks. There are many networks and groups and people working in this space, but they're working in kind of like a silo and in parallel to each other. How do we at least have transparency and communication? Because no one organization can do it all. We need to have different groups doing what they're doing, but talking to each other and sharing information, sharing experience, sharing technology and techniques.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Gavin. Hope you'll stick around so people can meet you.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. So next I'm calling Devex Managing it. A big round of applause for Gavin and Abbott and the work with the Defense Coalition. Devex Managing Editor Anna Gabel will present a panel on the polio fight.
Thank you, Alex. I think we've got two. We got lots of microphones. Here we go. Oh, there we go. All right, well, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to introduce our panelists. So we have John Huko, who is General Secretary and CEO of Rotary International and the Rotary Foundation. And then we have Shiba Afghani, Senior Manager of Social and Behavior Change at UNICEF. So welcome both. Let's start our conversation with the positive. That's a nice change of pace sometimes. When it comes to polio, let's start with the successes. What are some of the strategies and approaches that have brought us to the brink of eradicating polio?
First of all, thank you very much for having us here for this panel. And perhaps I could just level set for everyone where we currently stand with the polio eradication effort. As you may know, back in 1985. Rotary International, the organization I have the privilege of leading, had really the audacity to say we're going to eradicate polio from the face of the earth. And, Rotary is a nonprofit. We're not a multilateral institution. We're not a Ministry of Health. We were joined 3 years later by UNICEF, CDC, and WHO. And we then created the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, a fantastic partnership. More recently, we've been joined by the Gates Foundation and by Gavi. And I think the polio eradication effort probably represents the most successful public-private partnership in the area of global health since the eradication of smallpox. So we started with 350,000 cases a year worldwide in 125 countries. And I'm pleased to say that today, as we stand, there are only 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan, where the wild polio virus is still circulating, and this year we've had 5 cases in Afghanistan and 2 in Pakistan. So it's been an incredibly successful effort. It's been a long effort. I know my own organization, Rotary, has put about $2.6 billion into the polio effort. That's a lot of pancake days and walkathons to raise that sort of money. But two lessons in terms of where we currently stand I'd like to share with you. One is the power of audacity. And there may be nonprofits out there that are saying, we want to truly make a difference, but we're just a nonprofit. What can we do? And I think Rotary and the effort we've done and the kickoff that we gave to this incredible effort to eradicate polio demonstrates that we can have power and we can truly be catalyst for something that's going to leave a legacy for as long as mankind inhabits the earth. And the second point I'd like to make is that we've had so much success in polio, but we need to get across the finish line. And in some ways, because we're so successful, in the vast majority of the world, polio is like yesterday's disease, and that's great. And so let's focus on other things. There's only 7 polio cases. And the point I'd like to make to you to ponder on is that whatever global health issue you are concerned about and are focused on, I would urge you to focus on polio as well. Because if we succeed, we have then demonstrated that it is possible to pull this sort of thing off, this extraordinary global effort, and not only eradicate the second disease in human history, but demonstrate that it can be done. And heaven forbid if we were not to be successful, and we will be, it's going to be very, very difficult to rally, in my view, the world around another similar initiative. So I think all of us in the global health space have a huge interest in polio, even though in the minds of many, it's like, oh yeah, that's yesterday's disease, because it really isn't. It really is today's disease.
Thank you. Now, Shiva, what are some of your thoughts on this success?
I'm so glad John went before me. So he's really given a really good overview. Coming from country office experience, I've worked in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and also in Horn of Africa. I think I'll really focus on the 2 recent shifts or areas that the program has invested in, and it's given us great dividends. One that I see, especially in the endemic area, South KP and eastern region of Afghanistan, is shifting capacities to the local level. And this has happened basically primarily by moving our best people to the most high-risk areas and tasking them for building local technical expertise. As you know, that we are now, the virus is concentrated in conflict areas, and these are highly volatile communities. And at the end of the day, whether you're going to access those children depends on the capacity of the local teams. The second thing, which is more on the demand side, we've really shifted the way we are doing communication. It has now become dependent on, is the program able to communicate compassion? And what do I mean by that? Communicating compassion is not about some clever messaging or a promotional campaign, etc. It's really being present in the communities, with the communities when some adverse situation takes place in these volatile communities. We can take the example of COVID, for example. We were some of the first responders with the polio teams on the ground. Similarly, if you talk about floods in Pakistan, the earthquake in Afghanistan, I can give you so many examples of that. The third area that we've also really invested in, and which relates to my area of work, is really investing in systems for building social analysis. So understanding tribal dynamics, understanding gender dynamics. One of the challenges, we'll come to challenges, and one of the strengths of the program is to have hundreds and thousands of female workers. So what are some of the challenges they are facing? How do we better listen to them? How do we invest in social investigation? How do we understand the aspirations of communities? And I don't know, many of you, I think, have heard that polio delivers beyond just 2 drops. Sometimes we are the vehicle for taking deworming and other ISD services. But we are also one of the biggest connectors and advocates and voice for these communities, whether it's with the local district administration to have better quality of services, or from even the global level, talking to national governments for shifting resources to these areas where there are multiple deprivations. So these are some of the shifts that have taken place, and we've seen the doors that were shut before have opened for the polio program. Thank you.
Well, you very well articulated some of the challenges and exactly how you're working to overcome them in areas where conflict is so rife. And then you touched on other diseases. So that's kind of, John, maybe we can follow up there, kind of broadening the conversation. What lessons do you think the polio fight can offer for efforts to tackle other global health challenges?
Well, first of all, as Sheba alluded to, the infrastructure that we've put together for polio eradication is really a gift, a patrimony of mankind. And I think one of the, although you asked me not to talk about challenges, one of the things we need to ensure that we do once we eradicate polio is to maintain that infrastructure. Because it just doesn't exist out of nowhere. You need the funding, you need the capacity, and you need the political will and the bureaucratic infrastructure to keep that polio infrastructure in place. And it's been very successfully deployed to deal with the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, as you mentioned, with COVID, malaria, other health interventions. And so that's sort of point one. The other thing I think we've learned on, and you talked about this as well, Sheba, is the importance of integrating the immunization effort into the general health system. And that's been one of the challenges. Many of the countries where we're certainly seeing vaccine-derived type 2 is in those places where they have weakened health systems. And so how do we create bottom-up demand for immunization? And what we found in polio was, sometimes you need to go through communities 4 or 5 or 6 times to vaccinate the children with the 2 drops. And here comes polio again. And yet these are communities that need much more than that. They need food, they need water, they need broader health interventions. And so if you can couple the polio effort with something else, like, for example, in some of the countries, our Rotarians are putting in place water systems, as in coupling that with the vaccine program to show the communities you're getting more than just polio, that you're the 6th time now that you've seen a vaccine worker. So I think one of the lessons we've learned is it's absolutely critical to integrate these vaccine efforts into other things, providing bed nets and soap, blankets, together with the vaccine, holding health camps where the mothers come in and get their children vaccinated, but they also pick up a whole slew of other health interventions. I think that's been a big lesson that we've learned from this initiative.
Sheba, any lessons learned that you touched on this already, but any lessons for other diseases and health fights?
Really building systems. I mean, we talk about the results, but these results are there because we invested. There is an investment in building systems. But because I'm coming from social and behavior change, you shouldn't be afraid to do things differently. We've really stretched the work that we do as a communication team. We've moved beyond trust building. We've moved beyond just refusal conversion to even resolving boycotts, which are for totally different reasons, beyond the mandate of SBC, but beyond the mandate of the program as well. You may get a boycott because you don't have mobile network. You can get a boycott, unemployment, peace, so many things. So we've really invested in innovation and those systems to be taken over by other programs as well, because these are the same places that are high risk for so many other diseases. They are facing multiple deprivations. So other programs can really learn from our planning and our ability to implement large-scale immunization and micro plans in very challenging circumstances.
So to wrap up, what gives you hope moving forward?
This gives me hope, sitting next to our partners. And John did say Rotary was there much before any of us were there, and they have continued to. In addition to Rotary, BMJF, CDC, all partners have stayed together despite all the hiccups or bumps in the road. And I'm also talking about community partnerships. Polio program today has huge social capital. We keep talking about the challenges, but look at the 99% of the population that is accepting vaccination. You're knocking on a door in some of the most remote communities and they're letting you in. How many of us will do that? So it's a huge reason for hope and the partnership for me.
John, a few final words, hope for you.
I'm also extremely hopeful. We're just again down to two countries, and but we need. There's the budget to get us through to 2026 and the certification of world is polio free of 4.8 billion. We're still about 1.5 billion short. But I'm very optimistic that working together with your support, because as I said again, all of us in the global health space, regardless of your interest and your passion and your focus, have an interest in making sure that we get across the finish line with polio. So I'm very optimistic because past performance generally is a good indicator of future performance. We've done great so far, and we will, with your support, with the support of our great partners, we will get across the finish line.
What's a very hopeful story. Thank you. Join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Anna. So earlier today, we talked about eye health and how we can't really achieve UHC without integrating eye health. And right now we're going to talk about we can't really achieve eye health without thinking about the gender disparities. So I'd like to welcome to this stage Jennifer Gersbeck, who's Executive Director of Global Advocacy for the Fred Hollows Foundation, and Sabina Faiz Rashid, who's the Professor and Mushtaqe Chowdhury Chair in Health and Poverty at BRAC James P. Grant School of Public Health, BRAC University in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Thank you both for joining us today. So globally, there is at least 2.2 billion people that have a vision impairment, with more than 1 million living with a condition that could have been prevented or treated. And estimates are that by 2050, at least 1.7 billion people will be living with avoidable vision impairment or blindness. Women and girls account for 55% of all people who have vision impairment or blindness. Fred Hollows Foundation works in 25 countries, really around the world, looking to strengthen health systems and particularly focusing on this often overlooked group within the healthcare system. So first I want to ask you, why is there such this gender disparity in this aspect of healthcare?
Thanks, Kate. Well, I think the short answer really is a lack of equal access to eye care. So even when services do exist, women face multiple barriers to accessing those services. I mean, transport can be an issue for many women in many places. And of course, with their household responsibilities, it's often difficult for them to get to services during the times that they're open. But the real barrier is the deep-seated power imbalances, the lack of economic empowerment, freedom of movement, access to information, and lack of decision-making power within the home and the community. On the flip side, health services, rarely are designed for women. Their needs and responsibilities just aren't taken into consideration. And this failure really lasts through an entire lifetime of a woman. I mean, girls who with low vision are often denied an education. And it's usually girls that are pulled out of school to look after a family member who may be living with blindness. And at work, a woman's eyes are also vulnerable in the manufacturing and agriculture sectors, where we know huge numbers of women contribute to economic development. Eye health is one of the top 5 issues of concern for those women. And with our rapidly aging population, that has the face of a woman, and rarely are older women's voices heard, and services routinely ignore both the needs and also the contribution that older women make. I think the fact is that women with vision loss are some of the poorest and most marginalised people in the world.
And I want to talk about some of the barriers you face in trying to address this. And we've been talking about integrated primary healthcare, but eye health is often not even part of primary healthcare. It's treated as a separate discipline.
Yeah.
So can you talk about some of the barriers you're facing and ways that you're trying to overcome them?
Yeah, I think the main obstacle to progress in this area is gender-related barriers to access, as I've already mentioned about access. I mean, for example, women who are blind or vision impaired can often face stigma and discrimination from healthcare providers, potentially substandard care, and definitely challenges with confidentiality. And this is made worse by system-level factors like health services that don't take into consideration the needs and responsibilities of women. In health services, you have long waiting times. And so this really adversely affects women with their household responsibilities, as I've mentioned. There's also a lack of accessible washrooms, privacy screens, maybe safe spaces for breastfeeding. And I guess to overcome this obstacle, what we need is educating these health professionals to understand how to care for people who are blind or vision impaired, and also rethinking the design of health facilities so they best respond to women's needs. Women's literacy is also lower than men's, and particularly for older people. And so women rarely get access to the information around vision loss and definitely don't know about the possibility of treatment or where to get that treatment. The lack of disaggregated data is also a real obstacle in this space. I mean, without the data, policymakers and health authorities, they cannot develop strategies to address gender inequality or to track the progress towards equitable eye care. I think it's really important that we remember that access to healthcare is a basic human right, and it's a right of every woman everywhere.
Yeah, and when we think about healthcare and some of the inequality in women, this quote, a WHO report that delivered by women, led by men, which is probably a quote that could be used for many other things, unfortunately. But about 70% of the global health workforce are women, yet only 25% of leadership are men. So maybe it's no wonder that we see these systems not reflect that reality. What do you think would be the positive impacts of flipping that, and what we could do to address kind of this inequity in our leadership that could trickle down to better care for women?
So, well, one, it's a pleasure to be here. I think it's very important to understand that if I look at a specific example, which is a huge workforce that is the bridge to communities, we're looking at community health workers, and many around the world remain underpaid or not paid at all. But they're actually the anchor. They have trust with the communities. They understand the community's needs. They reach out to women. They're helping bridge sort of MNCH care, ANC care, basic illnesses, even childcare. So what we have is a absence or recognition of women because, one, we have a hierarchy around how we understand leadership, right? Status, privilege, and money. So you have many, many community health workers, mainly women, who are either very low paid or not paid at all, but their workload is extremely heavy. Secondly, you have a domino effect. What Jennifer was just talking about, quality of care. If you are overloaded, underpaid, overworked, you don't get enough training, there's high sort of turnover, low retention, how do you improve training or sensitizing them to better care for women, for men suffering from sort of eye impairments? So you have this sort of domino effect, and I think it's critical, and it's not rocket science, it's common sense, that we really need to look at this, really dismantle the top-down approaches, unpack these taken for granted assumptions because they're poor women, it's okay, and they're going to do the work because they need the money. And I think some of that needs to be just either through research evidence or activism or policy or other kinds of sort of platforms need to come together. And there's quite a lot of work being done. So I'm sure
it's been a real
push
common
forward.
theme
Yeah.
I've been hearing this week, which is great to see getting more attention. So you, Fred Hollis Foundation, along with UN Women, launched a new report, No Woman Left Behind, Closing the Gender Gap in Eye Health, launched as a partnership that launched this week. So Sabina, you were involved in the consultation for this piece of work. Could you share some insights from that?
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to cover most of the recommendations because there are really good recommendations. But what struck me, because I teach and I do research and I work with communities, is that we really need to kind of work across sectors. So health is siloed. Now, if we don't start discussing early on in schools, in colleges, in local communities, communities are pragmatic. Diverse but pragmatic. They will understand some of the challenges, but also we need to discuss some of the social cultural barriers around wearing glasses. Why is a young woman who wears glasses unmarriageable? That's ridiculous. But if we have those conversations, then the fear, the difference, the misinformation can be addressed. So I think it's very important to bring sectors together, even if it's one or two sectors. Secondly, I think we talked about disaggregated data. I think social science research remains on the periphery of public health research. So we have lots of surveys that we need. Yes, numbers are important, but you need the human side of life, of stories, of suffering, of resilience, of coping. And if you had more social science research, looking at the diverse heterogeneous groups of women, older, younger, even poor men who are suffering from eye impairment, I think just gives you a window to how lives unfold, but also gives that human dimension. And I think it's very important to have rich narratives. because when you do policies or programs, you can't just cut and paste. Context matter. Different age groups or different kinds of needs are prioritized. A pregnant woman who has different kinds of disabilities, including eye impairment, may have different needs to an adolescent girl, to an older woman. And I think it's very important that social science research it captures, and there's funding and a focus on social science research. My final point is, which I'm sure a lot of people have said this, but beyond the tokenistic community engagement, actively working with diverse communities. They should be part of our research design. I'm a researcher. I have failed miserably. I'm trying. You know, co-design, co-develop tools. Go back and discuss with the communities. Do some of these I think sort of strategies, approaches work. Be flexible, adapt, and then go back and keep learning, because I think we can learn from communities.
Yeah, and I think that is advice that can apply to all aspects of healthcare. Well, Jennifer, Sabina, thank you so much for sharing your insights with us today. Thank you to the Fred Hollis Foundation for partnering with us at Devex and helping us to shed light on what is an often neglected part of healthcare. So thank you both.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome to the stage Devex President, Editor-in-Chief Raj Kumar for a special one-on-one conversation with Rory Stewart.
All right, I'm back. Since the last time I was on stage, I got stuck in an elevator, and then I got stuck on a street corner like many of you with barricades and police, but we made it, and I'm so glad because this is a conversation I really wanted to have. Rory Stewart needs no introduction with this audience. You've been on Devex stages before. You, of course, were a Secretary of State for International Development in the UK. You stood for Prime Minister. You're currently the president of Give Directly, which we'll talk a bit about. You also, maybe not everybody knows, you are the co-host of the country's most popular podcast, the UK's most popular podcast called The Rest is Politics. Totally worth a listen. And you just wrote a book, which is out now. It's called How Not to Be a Politician. And that the title sort of says it all. Maybe we could start there because the book suggests you are quite disillusioned with UK politics. And I guess I wonder, does that disillusionment extend to the global development sector? You know, are you, by joining Give Directly, in a way saying, look, this sector needs a fundamental change?
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming. A very distinguished colleague, Danny Alexander, is sitting here, so I'm a little embarrassed talking about what it is. I'm actually going to be very cheeky, if you don't mind, Roger, because I'm worried that people at the back maybe can't see. So I do feel that there is a direct connection between the problems in our politics and the problems in our international development. And I think what combines it is that we are centralized and patronizing and distant, both in our national politics and in our international development. And for me, I went through a double stage in international development. I began by noticing that a lot of our programs in DFID, now FCDO, were really not that good. I was frequently horrified by what I saw on the ground, and horrified often by the fact that what looked really good on a grant proposal, what seemed fantastic in a strategic plan, what seemed great on paper, when I arrived on the ground was a bit underwhelming. Let me give you a very brief example. And I remember early on in my time being presented a wonderful strategy on doing water and sanitation for girls in schools in Zambia. And it was a fantastic theory of change. The idea was that women, during their monthly cycle, if they could remain in school, they'd be able to be educated for more years, and this would result in fantastic outcomes. And we had a budget of $40,000 per school. I then drive 2.5 hours outside Lusaka to see one of these programs. I see UNICEF, I see white land cruisers, I see a lot of engineers, and they give me a great chat. And then I go to see what's been achieved with $40,000. And $40,000 was paid for 2 brick latrines, holes in the ground, cost about $800, and 5 red plastic buckets. Right? And I said, you know, what's with the red plastic buckets? And they said, well, you know, we did a needs assessment, we consulted, we looked at the engineering challenges, and we decided it was more sustainable for the girls to take the buckets to the well 300 yards away, and then they can use the soap and water to wash their hands. And I said, why didn't you just give the $2,000 to the head teacher? We could have done 20 times as many schools. And the answer was, well, he might have stolen the money, right? Now, I'm hesitating from saying we stole the money, right? We stole $38,000 out of $40,000. So I think that my great breakthrough was beginning by thinking that the problem was we didn't know enough. So I began on a very aggressive localization agenda, really pushing for people who spoke local languages, who were deeper in the field, who were closer to communities. But with Give Directly, I've made the final breakthrough to realize that instead of wasting an enormous amount of money consulting people, listening to them, assessing them, and then telling them what they need, we just give them unconditional cash and let them address their own needs directly.
I'm going to join you on our feet. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Okay, so Give Directly has this very evangelical edge to it, right? As you can hear, and you know, I'm a believer to a degree. I've seen some of the work, and it is impressive. But I guess the question is, how truly transformative can it be? I mean, you have critics like Lant Pritchett who say, you know, these cash transfers aren't going to build a road. You, in the end, need the infrastructure. You need a hospital for someone who gets the Give Directly transfer to go to. So don't we need to also reform the traditional aid sector too? And is that part of what you're trying to do at Give Directly? Or are you saying, forget the traditional aid sector, we're going our own way?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm a friend of Lant. I admire Lant Pritchett, but there is a slight rhetorical trick here, which is applied to cash, which wouldn't be applied to other things, right? I mean, you could say the same to, you know, Bill Gates' vaccination program. That's not going to build a road. Or you could say to somebody doing a nutrition program, how does that build a school, right? So clearly, public services, public infrastructure at large scale, roads, dams, a big public school infrastructure needs to be built by government. But I would argue that we're looking at this the wrong way up. Most of the infrastructure needs that countries require can be met by loans from the World Bank, loans from development banks, loans from governments like the Chinese, who are loaning a lot of money. But if you're looking at what to do with traditional development grant assistance for the extreme poor, if you really want to address multidimensional poverty, and I mean not narrow things like malaria, which is very important, right? But multidimensional poverty, really empowering people to address their own needs, I cannot see anything which is as powerful as cash. And it's not simply that there have been over 300 randomized control trials demonstrating over 3, 6, 9, 12 years that cash is outperforming almost every other comparable development intervention, right? It's outperforming nutrition programs and delivering nutrition. It's outperforming youth business programs and delivering youth business. It's outperforming education enrollment programs and education enrollment. It's not just that. There is a moral component to this. In an age that is rightly worried about aid being colonizing, about patronizing, about the history of aid, this is essentially saying the individual in a remote community knows more, cares more, can do more than the distant official. This is about giving freedom to people. It's about giving dignity to people.
If you were back, please applaud. If you were back as Secretary of State and you could magically decide entirely on your own the budget for UK grant assistance, would it go 100% to Give Directly? What would the, not just Give Directly,
but to cash transfers. I mean, not to Give Directly. I mean, to be clear, I'm trying to make the argument here for cash transfers. I'm trying to make the argument for thinking not just about traditional social safety nets, but the power of large one-time, large lump sum cash transfers. We've got some very, very interesting evidence coming out of Uganda, where $350 delivered 12 years ago, you can still see a difference between the control group and the treatment group 12 years later. That's very remarkable because $350 one-time payment is a small amount of money. It's very surprising that you can see the impact. But what appears to be happening is resilience is being developed over time. Now, what would that mean for me as a politician? I think that I would begin, if I was Samantha Power or if I was Andrew Mitchell, saying, let's try to do something at a much larger scale. The challenge so far is that cash transfers have been done at sub-district scales, but we don't know what happens when it's done at a national scale. I would like to see one of these government donors say, let's put in, for the sake of argument, $200 million a year over 10 years into a country like Rwanda or Malawi, right? A smaller population, and let's see what impact we have on the poverty rate. Now, to put it in context, 17 years and nearly $17 billion has been spent in Malawi, and the poverty rate over the last 17 years has gone from about 70.6% to about 70%, right? My intuition, but we need to prove it, is that with $3 or $4 billion, you could make a real impact on the percentage of people living in extreme poverty. And if you could demonstrate it at a country level, then I would go back to my successor. So when I was the Secretary of State at DFID, I had a budget of $20 billion a year, right? I would be able to do, if I was serious about this, assist 10 countries a year at this kind of scale. But what we need is to be able to demonstrate in one country that it works and then take that argument out. And what we're looking for is somebody, the World Bank or a government or somebody courageous enough to really try to do this at scale, because we have the evidence. We keep doing benchmarking studies. We keep doing randomized control trials. I keep going to USAID saying, look at the evidence. And they keep saying, great, would you do another pilot project for another $3 million, right?
No one's experienced that before in this room. So Rory, we're at the midway point of the SDGs. We're 15% on track. So way off track. Are the SDGs still relevant in your mind? Do they still make sense to you?
I think they are incredibly powerful. I think they are, actually, the more I look at them, the more I think about them, the more I think about not just the problems in the global south. If I think about the problems in my own country, the problems in the United Kingdom, it would be very difficult to come up with a better definition of what we should be doing in the United Kingdom, right? Those are very powerful, very thoughtful insights into the direction in which we should be taking all of our societies. But it's also true that we are a very, very, very long way behind. I mean, we're living in a world in which my former colleague, Steven Pinker, still convinced half the world that everything is miraculously getting better on its own and we don't need to do anything, right? That the reality of the world is that we had 170 million people living in extreme poverty in sub-Saharan Africa in 1980, and we have 470 million people living in extreme poverty in sub-Saharan Africa today. That is not a success. That's not beginning to be a success. And we've got to get out of just thinking in percentage points. Every one of those is a living human being not able to meet their basic needs.
Which is one of the beauties, please. One of the beauties of Give Directly's website, I don't know if you still have that anymore, but there was this gdlive.com website, which is worth looking at, where you actually would ask the recipients of those cash transfers, what did you do with the money? And it was very unexpected things, not the sort of things donors might necessarily say they were writing a check for. But I read it and saw a young man who said, well, I got a new outfit because I needed it to go to work. And someone else said, you know, I fixed up the floor of my home because it was falling apart. And, you know, basic things, real life things that people need, and not designed certainly in a conference room.
It's a very interesting thing, this, isn't it? Because, of course, many people are making very productive investments. I mean, and one of the things we're learning is that the thing that we all grew up with, which is give someone a fish they eat for a day, teach them to fish they eat for a lifetime, turns out to be mistaken. Many of the villages we work in, either they already know how to fish and just don't have the money for a fishing hook, or they don't want to fish, they want to open a bakery, right? And yet we're still there turning up, trying to teach everybody how to fish at huge expense, right? But the other thing is that along with the investments, and this is why we need to be serious about what addressing extreme poverty means. I had an economist come with me to visit a project on the Rwanda-Burundi border, and he found an old woman, maybe she was, I guess, in her early 70s, living in a building without a formal roof, with one possession, which was a cooking pot, 3 grandchildren she was looking after who were not in school. And he was embarrassed because he told her that she spent $2 of the money she received on getting a mattress. And he said, is that a productive investment? Can you prove that the mattress is a productive investment? And I'm thinking, wait a second, do you sleep on the floor? Right? Are you saying a 72-year-old woman should be sleeping on the floor? I mean, what is the point of lifting somebody out of poverty if they don't have the freedom to get a mattress?
It's a great question. We talked a bit about DFID already. and I know it's now FCDO, but tell us what you think is the current state of the department you used to run. We've done a lot of coverage of it on Devex. It seems morale is quite low. Obviously, budget has gone down quite a bit. But how do you describe the current state of DFID?
I think it's very sad. I mean, when I was the Africa minister in DFID before I became Secretary of State, my bilateral budget for Africa was over £4 billion a year, $5 billion a year. My multilateral budget for Africa was about the same. We're spending about $10 billion a year or more in Africa. Last year, as far as we can tell, because the British government is now not being very transparent with its accounts, it spent about 500 million in sub-Saharan Africa. That is an eighth of what I was spending in 2019. That is a very, very dramatic fall. And remember, Sweden is cutting its budget. Norway is reducing its budget. I'm very worried about what's going to happen to USAID's humanitarian spend next year. We are in a very difficult context. And look, I want to pay tribute to Andrew Mitchell. I think Andrew Mitchell is somebody who, he's again running the development department for Britain. He was somebody who deeply believed in international development. But he has been handed a very difficult hand. We are living in a populist, isolationist age. There is very little interest from citizens in putting more money into international development. And to my horror, the Labour government, which was previously committed to restoring the 0.7% and creating again the independent department, is now drifting away from that commitment. Now, given that they are certainly going to win the next election, I mean, you know, this is not me as a kind of a prophet. I can assure you the chance of Rishi Sunak winning the next election is vanishingly small. It is incredibly important that all of you in this room write immediately to Keir Starmer and say, restore that budget to 0.7%.
And what should the current government, the future government, do about this issue of using aid dollars for hotel bills, housing refugees, many Ukrainian refugees and others who certainly are in need inside the UK? I think last year it amounted to 29% of total overseas development assistance. We have, I don't know if he's here right now, but the chairman of the Development Assistance Committee, the OECD here, has caused a bit of a debate as to whether it should count. And now it's a live political issue inside the current government. How should it be handled?
Look, we have to keep discipline here. The point of our international development budgets should be primarily directed towards the extreme poor. And by the extreme poor, we mean the 750 million people in the world who are living on $2.15 a day. And beyond that, the nearly 50% of the global population that's living on less than $6 a day. This money is not intended to be looking after people inside the United Kingdom, because the cost of looking after someone in the United Kingdom is at least 100 times larger. You can, by definition, help 1/100th of the number of people if you start putting the money into the United Kingdom. We must not be doing this. The OECD should not be counting this. This is a travesty. Now, I'm not saying that the British government does not have a moral obligation towards refugees. We do. We should be taking asylum seekers. We should be generous. We should be fulfilling our moral obligations towards them, but not doing so at the expense of people who are living on the edge of starvation.
You just wrote a book called How Not to Be a Politician. So this, my last question, might be a bit strange, but you've written that book, but you then moved back to the UK. You are changing your title from president to senior advisor. Is there a role for you in British politics going forward? You've said, I've heard you on your podcast saying, you know, the Tories have drifted so far to the right, there really isn't a path for you there. Could you be tempted to join Labour?
We're really looking for the Devex revelation here.
That's right.
I think I'm at the moment in my politics an independent. I think that these old political parties are sclerotic. They're dying. Our entire constitutional system needs a shake-up. We need to get rid of first past the post. We need to devolve power down, down, down to local communities. I want to see more direct unconditional cash transfer in the United Kingdom, as well as in the developing world. We need to take power away from people like me. We need to give it away. This whole book, and thank you for mentioning it, I encourage you to buy it, How Not to Be a Politician, essentially is an argument against power being centralized in the hands of people like me. And I think it's an argument for what goes wrong when you try to run a 19th century Victorian system that we have here in the United States as well, of amateur men, and it's mostly men, claiming to represent people that they do not adequately represent. So I don't want at the moment to stand for any of these parties. I don't want to stand for election in the next parliament. But I would like to play my part in trying to change the system, and particularly the development system. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, you certainly are doing that. Thank you for bringing those messages here today. Rory Stewart, everybody.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Raj always knows how to hold someone's feet to the fire. But I'm going to invite Raj back on stage. And also, I have the real pleasure of introducing the newest member of the Devex team, Maria Chodorkina, who is our new managing director for our Devex Talent Solutions business. Those of you who've known Devex for a while, maybe you've found a job on Devex. Maybe you look at our job board. It's so fun when we come to these things. We often meet people who have found their position through us in addition to getting their news. But we wanted to take a moment to talk a little about the talent landscape and development. You know, before I joined Devex, many moons ago, I worked for NGOs and USA consulting firms. And you know, we found we could have the perfectly planned project. We could have the right budget. We could have, you know, innovative approaches, but we didn't have the right people leading them. We were not successful. And we've been talking today and through today and tomorrow about a lot of disruptions, right? Rethinking, revolutionizing our approach to development. And there's real talent needs for that are causing really big challenges for organizations and trying to bring people in with new skills, new approaches. And that's something that we are doing just that with our Devex Talent Solutions business. We've talked a little bit about the finance gap, but we've also talked about the talent gap. And Raj, maybe you can talk a little bit about, we did have an SDG talent gap study we did.
Yeah, we did. I was actually in a session yesterday, one of these closed door sessions that happens around the UN General Assembly. And there were some very serious researchers, including from the World Bank and elsewhere, talking about a study that they had done. And, you know, they analyzed the numbers and told us which program approach works. And then at the end, kind of an unguarded moment, one of the researchers said, well, the fact is, this one particular program in Afghanistan, the reason it worked was this team was just incredible. Like the people running it were exceptional. And you know, these are economists who had hoped to quantify with metrics all the various factors that had gone into the success of different programs. But they ended up landing on what many of us know through experience, which is that what matters often is the people behind the program. You can see it with my last interview on stage. The people really matter. The talent really matters. And so while there's a very important conversation happening here at the General Assembly about the financing gap, now $4 trillion a year, we have put forward an idea authored by a colleague of mine, Jason McNabo, that actually there's a talent gap too, that we shouldn't just look at the dollars, we should look at the people. And I remember we hosted an event, a career event in Addis Ababa, maybe a decade ago now, and Aaron Williams, the great Aaron Williams, who went on to be the Peace Corps director, said, look, there's a foot race for talent in Africa. And it really comes down to finding the best people, and we need that. And so Devex has been doing this for a long time, and we just feel it's an underreported and under-talked about issue.
We are, and we earlier in that session, we talked about the gender gap in the healthcare workforce, particularly at leadership level. We're going to have some more discussions about that tomorrow. I've been talking a lot about really pushing localized solutions, which might mean there's different people who are in the driving seat. I think Rory Stewart drove home that point. So Maria, we are so excited to have you join the team, and hopefully a lot of you have gotten to meet her. Love to hear what you're excited about and what you hope to do in your new role here.
Thank you for the welcome. First and foremost, I'm excited to follow my previous speaker, talk about an intimidating speaker lineup on your first week on the job at Devex. But I am excited to join this tremendous community and cannot think of a better platform to talk about the impact that we can make through talent. And that's the reason I'm here. There's such immense potential to really impact the success of the programs, the projects, by making sure that we have the right people in place. Throughout my career in international development, in the talent space, there has been one consistent theme, and that theme is getting the right people in the right roles guarantees the success of the outcome. But more importantly, also getting the talent who is passionate about the mission and also in the position to impact, drive, and influence change. And I am sure all of us have amazing examples of getting those people on the team, right? And the impact is tremendous. And when we get that formula right, the rewards come in, the impact is there, and the project succeeds. Unfortunately, I'm sure we also have examples when we missed the mark, right? The skills were not there, perhaps the talent wasn't the right fit, and the project outcome is the first thing that's impacted, right? And we fall short on wanting to be where we wanted to be, and we're perhaps distracted and solving for other things rather than the project outcome. So I think what all of us at Devex are so excited about is the talent that is part of the Devex ecosystem, the opportunity to really connect the talent strategy to the impact strategy, because at the end of the day, we know that getting the right people in place either guarantees the success of the project or the work doesn't truly come to light. So this is where Devex Talent Solutions come in. We're excited to do this work, to continue to do this work, to really drive the talent forward and to really impact this important work.
Thank you. Well, I heard a glass break back there. I don't know if it's a mazel tov to your new position, but I'll take it as that. Right. Well, just thinking about, Raj, your thoughts on the future of our Devex Talent Solutions business. What are you excited about?
Well, I think I just ran into the CEO of a pretty big international NGO who said, I had no idea you've been doing this. And it is kind of the best kept secret. But we provide talent solutions to many of the multilateral development banks, most of the big international NGOs, the World Food Program. When a crisis like Ukraine happens, they're calling us. And it's because of this unique network we have at Devex, right? Over 1 million professionals doing development work around the world that I think helps us to democratize this space that for a long time was a bit of a closed club. It was about who you knew. And if you know Devex now, we have the chance to connect you through Maria, through our really talented group at Devex Talent Solutions to maybe the next step in your career. So we're excited to bring this to all of you, to unveil it. And I'd encourage you to check out the Devex Talent Solutions website and get a chance to meet Maria if you're here in the room. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I am now going to introduce to the stage my colleague and Devex senior reporter, Michael Igo.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Resounding, yes, doing well. My name is Michael Igo. I'm a reporter on the Devex News team. I'm really delighted to be here and to see you all. And I'm delighted to be joined by Sarah Jane Ahmed, who is the Global Lead and Finance Advisor. And this is a long one, so I'm looking at my card here, to the Vulnerable Group of 20 Ministers of Finance of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, which basically means that you are at the climate change negotiations, representing some of the most climate vulnerable countries. You're in deep conversations with ministers of finance of those countries to represent their positions and to make sure that they have a seat at the table, as far as I understand. I want to connect the conversation that we're going to have to the bigger conversation here at UNGA this week, which from my perspective has been a really troubling one, about a deepening rift between developing countries, developed countries, a gulf of distrust that seems to be growing between them. You know, I think a lot of people saw the response to COVID-19 as sort of a litmus test for collective action, and it seems like in a lot of cases maybe we failed that litmus test. I wonder if you see that trust deficit as well in your conversations with these climate vulnerable finance ministers, and what you think needs to happen here at UNGA, at COP28, to help to start to rebuild some of that trust that's going to be critical to any sort of collective action on climate, frankly, any of the issues that we're talking about?
Thanks for your question. So the V20 is now a group of 68 finance ministers representing 1.74 billion people. It's chaired by the government of Ghana, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. And the key issue really, and the reason for the mistrust is that, or the distrust, is that the climate finance pledges, the promises have not been kept. We all know that. But at the same time, due to the pandemic, the growing debt crisis, food crisis, energy crisis, all these crises hitting at the same time, finance ministers are the risk managers and the investment managers of the countries, and they're facing this risk head on. We're also seeing that there's a lack of liquidity access, and so there's going to be a lot more instability moving into 2024, especially as the V20's repayments will peak in 2024. And we find that in sub-Saharan Africa, 80% of their debt repayments, or the climate finance need, is equivalent to 80% of their debt repayments just for next year alone. And so that's telling you there is no fiscal space. So in addition to a lack of fiscal space, we have we have a lack of climate commitments. Hopefully they hit the 100 billion target by the COP. And then you have a multilateral system that is also lacking resources. So there isn't really much out there, and it feels as if everything is, to each his own or to each her own. And this is pretty dangerous. So what we would need now is to ensure that the multilateral system triples so that we can reach the $1 trillion of financing needed per year to 2030 for developing countries aside from China.
And I think what we've heard so far in terms of the roadmap for World Bank reform is something on the order of an additional $5 billion per year in lending capacity, which is nowhere near what you're talking about. So in this, heavily fiscally constrained environment that finance ministers find themselves in, where do you see opportunities to start to unlock climate investment, given the picture that you're painting of really one of sort of terrible choices for a lot of finance ministers around the world?
So business as usual austerity isn't going to work because we need to invest this decade in order to build resilience against these growing climate risks. And we find from the insurance industry that it is growing with intensity and frequency at numbers they've never seen before. And so in terms of what the finance ministers are working on, one is climate prosperity plans, meaning a development-centered solution to these issues, because we know that by locking in fossil fuel power, you're inheriting or you're bringing in a lot of inflationary risk, high prices. So there is actually no need now to have development or climate action as trade-offs, but rather you can have development positive climate action. And so that's what they're pursuing. But to do that, it's a two-way street. As they come up with these plans and opportunities for investors, both on the public side and the private side, equally important is for the multilateral system to provide them with time and space and a pause. And to do that, debt relief is an opportunity, because if we look at the last 20 years, the V20 lost over $500 billion, and they currently owe more than $500 billion. So in this scenario, who owes who? And so it would be important to give developing countries a shot at dealing with the climate crisis. If the resources from the multilateral system and climate finance will delay, then debt relief can be an immediate solution to just open some fiscal space for them to try to stay on track on the SDGs. We're totally off track. And so that would be critical to try to offer relief before 2024 hits.
Yeah, you touched on a concern that I hear a lot when I talk to people about this issue, which is that in a world of constrained resources, in a world where developing countries are not following through on the commitment to provide $100 billion per year in climate finance, where official development assistance budgets are either flat or declining in a lot of places, what you risk is a competition between the development set and the climate set, and a competition for resources that might have the same end goal, but which tend to get sort of divided up into these two pieces of an increasingly smaller pie. How do the finance ministers that you're representing think about that? And what could be done, under sort of the spirit of the sustainable development goals to bring those two objectives more closely together and to better integrate them, given that there are sort of common objectives here and a common long-term vision?
So in terms of the trade-offs that you were discussing, so food, health, power, all of this, development, social services, social protection, financial protection, all of these are at risk due to climate change. So it's not necessarily that they're trade-offs over the medium to long term. They're only trade-offs over the short term because of the financing and the funds. But if we were to maximize resilience in food, power systems, ensure that there's social protection, loss and damage debate is underway. There's no funds in the loss and damage wallet of the UN currently. And hopefully by the COP, that is no longer an empty wallet. So the point is that the climate risk now has to be managed across all sectors. So it's not, we won't invest in climate because there are no additional funds, but rather they're already trying to manage this risk without the funds. And so the question really isn't non-climate or climate. It's that, can we manage climate with the existing resources we have today? It's no. Whether the resources are there or not, they're having to manage this risk.
The amount of climate finance is a perennial issue. So I think is the sort of effectiveness of climate finance institutions. You mentioned this new loss and damage fund that's still sort of being created and capitalized. If developed countries were to follow through on the $100 billion commitment, are you confident that we have the institutions in place to get that funding to people who need it and can use it in effective ways on effective projects?
So the $100 billion is nowhere near enough for the crisis, but it is a trust-building exercise that desperately needs to happen. In terms of the institutions we have today, given the pandemic, we see that when a physical shock strikes, no institution is ready. There was a scramble. And climate change is also a physical shock. And we know that the solutions we have today are to deal with financial shocks. But COVID was a good reminder of what physical shocks entail, which means that it needs more multilateral support. It's a global effort. It's not something that can be solved by austerity or other types of financial solutions. Because the crisis or the issue comes from something physical, something outside the financial system, but it impacts it. And so all in all, I think the institutions are not ready, but they are aware of it. They know that they're not ready. We see the World Bank reform starting. We see multilateral development banks. I think they met today to discuss how they could deal and support with bringing resources and solutions to deal with losses and damages. So I think there's hope that with economic cooperation, we can get through this, but it also means that we have to all dig deep, especially the G7 and G20 countries, triple multilateral development bank capacity, and also make good on the 100 billion by the COP.
Let's end there with a little bit of hope and a call to action. Sarah, thanks so much.
So one really important voice that we need to hear from when we talk about the climate crisis is youth, right? They're the ones who are going to most have to deal with the ramifications, the repercussions of this world that we've created for them, that they are inheriting. I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Fatia Ayat, who is a 12-year-old United Nations, Harvard, TEDx speaker, child's rights activist, and climate campaigner to share with us some of her thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and the driving force of change present here today. Before I start exploring a topic that ignites hope and urgency in our hearts, the formidable power of youth in the realm of climate justice, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to embark on a journey that will redefine your perspective on climate justice. In a world in dire need of transformative action, it is our youth who are stepping up as the unsung heroes of our time. First of all, allow me to introduce you to the remarkable story of Autumn Peltier, a fierce indigenous activist from Canada. At just 15 years old, Autumn took the stage at the United Nations, boldly addressing world leaders and advocating for the protection of water, a sacred resource in her indigenous culture. Her story is a profound testament to the connection between indigenous rights and environmental justice, reminding us all that young people carry the weight of both tradition and the promise of a sustainable future. Now travel with me to South Africa, where Makoma Lakalakala, a tenacious young activist, fought tirelessly against a colossal nuclear deal between South Africa and Russia. Her relentless efforts led to a landmark legal victory that prevented the construction of nuclear power plants, averting potential environmental catastrophe. Makoma's story illustrates how young people can be the most critical game changers in the most critical battles for our planet. Now, turning our gaze to the Philippines, we encounter the story of Mitzi Jonel Tan, who has been at the forefront of climate justice and the climate movement in her country. Her participation has led to passion has led to her participation in several climate conferences worldwide, where she engages with world leaders, demanding for accountability and action for vulnerable communities. Mitzi's journey demonstrates how young people are fearlessly engaging with the highest echelons of power, pushing for real change. So, in this climate justice movement, what makes us, the youth, such an indispensable driving force that demands our attentions, defies expectations, and basically ignites and raises a passion in all of our hearts? Well, if you ask me, as a 12-year-old child rights activist and climate campaigner, I would say that we bring an unparalleled sense of urgency to the table. We understand that it's our future on the line, and we refuse to accept any sort of excuses or procrastination. Our passion ignites a fire among world leaders and encourages them to act swiftly. Consider here the remarkable story of a young activist from Colorado named Zudas Kettle Martinez, who began his activism at the tender age of 6. Being the youth director of Earth Guardians, Martinez filed a lawsuit against the US government for failing to protect their generation's future from climate change. This lawsuit, known as the Juliana versus United States case, has been a rallying cry for young activists all over the country, demanding that our government take bold action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect the future of our planet. As a regular speaker to the United Nations, Concordia Summit, TEDx, and other platforms, I would also reckon that we, the youth, are innovative problem solvers. Unburdened by preconceived notions, we often face challenges with fresh eyes, coming up and making solutions to coming up with groundbreaking solutions. Take, for instance, the story of Fionn Ferreira, an Irish teenage scientist who developed a pioneering method to remove microplastics from water. His story illustrates the powerful voice and ingenuity of youth. As I regularly raise my voice against global warming, climate change, carbon emission, fossil fuel, I would also reckon that we, the youth, bridge gaps between generations. We foster intergenerational dialogue, breaking down barriers and nurturing collaboration. In addition to our dynamism, we are also unyielding in our pursuit of climate justice. We channel our energy into advocacy initiatives and grassroots initiatives. Basically, our resilience is nothing short of inspirational. Vanessa Nakate from Uganda is an example of this. Vanessa, at just 23 years old, has been the leading voice for climate justice in Africa. She has drawn attention to the disproportionate impact of climate change on vulnerable communities and has called for climate justice on a global stage. Vanessa's story reminds us all that young people from across the world are impacted by climate change, but we are all ready to take action. Lastly, I must tell you that while we celebrate the achievements of our youth, we must also recognize the challenges and hurdles that we face. For example, although I became champion in my goal for a better future, organized by United Nations Environment Program, I often face skepticism from those in power. While I run my own organization named Child and D, where I work for climate, health, information, learning, and development, I'm often dismissed from the world leaders as an idealistic dreamer. However, let me tell you that history has shown us that young people can make a change when their voices resonate with clarity and conviction, and when their actions inspire change on a global stage. The power of youth is a beacon of hope that guides us towards a sustainable future. Our innovation, passion, inclusivity, and resilience shines brightly in stories like those I just told you. The future of our planet hangs in the balance, but the power of youth is at one side of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatiha. I think I have a daughter about your age, and I will resist going home and asking her, what are you doing with your time? But when I did tell her that you were speaking today, it did leave her feeling very inspired, as I'm sure you're inspiring youth and adults around the world to treat the climate crisis with the urgency it demands. So thank you so much for sharing your voice. Also, we were talking about talent earlier. That's some pretty amazing future talent right there. Well, I'm very happy for us to continue with the program by introducing my colleague, Anna Gall, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Kate. And I want to make sure we have our next speaker, who is the governor of Nairobi City Council. I just saw him. Here we go. These lights are I'm not used to the spotlight. Welcome, Governor. So here we have Sakaja Arthur Johnson, Governor of Nairobi City Council in the Kenyan capital, who's previously served as the Senator of Nairobi. So thank you for being here with us. So you've talked about turning Nairobi into the green city in the sun. How are you working to make that happen? And what are some examples of climate efforts that the capital is spearheading?
Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. You're allowed to respond. Thank you. First of all, allow me to really applaud the young leader who was here just a few minutes ago. We had an African Climate Summit 3 weeks ago in Nairobi. And one of the side events before the pre-summit events was a youth summit. And when I got in, I asked, the organizers, why would the youth component be a side event? Ours should be the side events. The youth discussions should be the main event because it is their planet, and I think they must be front and center of all these discussions because it is for them that we're doing what we must do. Anyway, back to your question. Yes, my goal and our dream is to restore Nairobi's previous billing many years ago as a green city under the sun. Nairobi is part of a network of 100 cities and the C40 cities where I'm the global vice chair. I deputize the mayor of London. And we have our climate action plans that we have set out for practical interventions that we are taking now to make sure that we can serve to that billing. So in various different aspects, from solid waste management to air quality monitoring, to making sure our building code, as well as our development control policy, goes hand in hand with creating a green city and actually greening it, planting trees, not just planting, growing trees. I got into office in August. I got elected in August of 2022. Already we've planted 1 million trees, planted and growing 1 million trees, created 3,500 green jobs of young people who are now environmental officers, and many other day-to-day activities that will return us to that billing of a green city.
Now, what would you say? Obviously, Kenya, like many countries here, as well suffer from poverty rates. What would you say to somebody who says these kind of costly upfront investments in renewable energy shouldn't be prioritized over the more immediate poverty alleviation efforts, the traditional ones that we think of in terms of infrastructure, hospitals, and so forth? What would you say to that?
I'll tell them it is not either or. You know, the green agenda doesn't stand on one side of the spectrum as development. You know, we can talk about the green agenda or the climate agenda at the same time, because that's what development is about. And if you look at Africa, and which is why I really love what the young lady said, Africa is a young continent. Our median age is 19. The median age of the people of Africa is 19 years of age. The median age of leaders is 63, years of age. There's a huge disparity. Unless young people are at the center of this discussion in terms of green jobs, then all of these discussions remain high-sounding elitist conversations, and you will lose an entire generation. Remember, the 10 biggest polluters today are not going to be the 10 in the next 20 years or 10 years. And so you must capture this generation that is dealing with high levels of unemployment. And so every intervention on climate action, on the environment, on saving our planet must translate to provision of quality green jobs. And that's the first commitment we have in our agenda. So, and I'll give you an example. Part of my promise in climate action, in the climate action plan, is safeguarding vulnerable communities, and those are those we're talking about in poverty alleviation. What have we been able to do in the last few months? We've built central kitchens to feed our children. So every day, 250,000 children in Nairobi are going to be getting, and already 88,000 are getting, a meal in school at only 3.4 US cents. So the government is subsidizing, my government is subsidizing these meals. We have a hub and spoke model where each kitchen produces 10,000 plates. We have employed their mothers to cook. And the saddest thing is these children are not finishing their food, they're taking it back home. And so you're protecting them while also creating jobs. They're green kitchens, all of these 10 kitchens. I'm doing another 7 kitchens in the next few weeks. So we have a total of 17, because I have 17 constituencies in the city. But they can see, now when I talk to those people and tell them this is a green agenda, then they buy into it. But if I don't tell them that, they'll just say, you leaders are taking your planes to New York, and then you're going to go to Dubai, to these high-level things that don't concern us. So development and alleviation of poverty go hand in hand. And we must, if you don't focus on jobs, you lose the global south in this discussion completely.
Right.
You lose us completely.
Of course. Now, on a broader level, what is the role that cities can play in reaching the climate targets set out by the Paris Accords? And what are some of the limitations in the face of a lack of international and national action when it comes to the Paris goals?
I think the first mistake that we've made, and we keep making severally, is concentrating commitments at the national level. Cities are where the action is. The world is rapidly urbanizing. You know, we're going to have 60% in cities in the next few years. Now, cities are nimbler. We can be able to have immediate action. We can move to implementation. I think for the last few meetings I've had, everybody says, let's stop talking, let's start acting. And cities are able to act. And so that is why we have a coalition of all the mayors, and I speak on behalf of the mayors and governors, our governor, of Africa, and we're trying to focus resources into those action plans. It's easy to mobilize at the local level, immediately. It's easy to get the village to take action. At the national level, you have more politics, you have wider priorities, you're talking about defense and whatnot. And so we must bring cities to the center of these discussions, and right at the table. We approve buildings. We can have a green building agenda. There are certain requirements of open spaces and green spaces, in our spatial planning, that it's cities that implement. We're the ones who license all businesses, and so cities and municipal, townships, etc., must be able to convert all their policy interventions, or most of their policy interventions, to the national commitments. But moving forward, I think those commitments should come from the bottom up, not top down. It should come from the bottom up. That's why we'll see action, and that's why we'll see implementation.
Well, on that note, what kind of action would you like to see from the national and especially the international level?
I think the kind of action I want to see, which really is a result of collaboration, is, of course, greater learning between different parts of the world. We don't have to reinvent the wheel if somebody is doing something well. And that's what we do when we get our calls. I listen to the mayor of Freetown, Ivona Kisoya, talking about Freetown, Treetown. I listen to, a mayor from another part of the world, etc. So just that collaboration and partnership between cities is very important, and the international community. But we must put our money where our mouth is. We have kicked the can down the road too long. And that is why you can hear our young people are frustrated. That's why you can hear, a lot of criticism to these high-level engagements. So we need more action. We need to translate our collaboration. I'm sure many of you here have met each other many times over the last few years in the same discussion, discussing the same thing. At some point, people will get tired of just always discussing the same thing. So just getting into more action-oriented discussions, and let's be meeting to track progress, that this is what we discussed. Otherwise, all those goals will be a mirage. We'll still be talking of 1.5 degrees, we'll still be talking about levels of global house emissions without having seen tangible action. And finally, we must put our money where our mouth is. For us, and it came out in the Africa Global, the Africa Climate Summit, the Global South, we're no longer begging for help from any part of the world. We want an appreciation and a recognition of our carbon assets. We want a fair, financial system, because many of these countries that we expect action from, especially in the Global South, have been, saddled by unfair credit rating, and so they cannot get their own resources. We have countries in default, as we speak in the Global South. We have 52 that are teetering at the brink of default. Yet the rates that the rating agencies give those countries because of risk do not allow us. We're borrowing 5, 6 times higher in terms of interest rates than other parts of the world. And so if you don't have equity in that system, if we cannot say, look, in Africa, Africa is the lung of the world. We have the greatest carbon assets in the Congo. Why is that not measured as part of the wealth of the Congo or of Africa? Unless we do that, then it will always be a north versus south, and that's not what it's about. It's about us as the world saying we're losing our planet. Let us be fair, let us be equitable, let us restructure some of these debt arrangements, let us re-amortize, let us have better rates, and the Global South will stand for itself if we're able to do that.
Well, to your point, Africa Climate Week was historic in that way, forming a unified position for the continent ahead of COP28 in Dubai. So I was actually going to ask you about that, but I think you answered that question. And it was an interesting point, of course. We talk a lot about turning rhetoric into action, so much so that it becomes rhetoric itself. But to close things out, we've got a lot of talking this week, as you know. What do you want to see moving forward when this week ends?
I think when this week ends, apart from what I've said in terms of action, is getting all the players on the table. Yeah, and what that Africa Climate Summit was able to do is really to have a unified voice, not just for the Global South, but specifically for Africa, a unified voice, and being on the table. If you're not on the table, you're on the menu, and we've been on the menu for too long, and so we've chosen not to be on the menu, but to be on the table, and really to get that justice that for any of us thinking of real action being taken, yeah. My country prides itself by being 93% renewable, but is that then sustainable going forward? What is the concession that we're getting from other parts of the world? So we just need an equitable and fair discussion that then says, how are we going to open up and challenge the structures of global financing? We have institutions, and I have no problem with them. I work very well with the Bretton Woods institutions, but they still operate in a different. They were designed in 1945 for a different reason, not for the reason that we are in today. We need to reform that system. And once you reform it, then you'll see things flowing from different parts of the world. Look at the islands, and look at how much they're paying for the change in climate. So I hope even when it comes to the SDGs, when it comes to dignity of work, it will only happen if we allow countries to be able to stand on their own and to also be held responsible for the commitments that they make. Once we start moving there, and I'm glad that there's convergence, at least at the top level. Once you start moving there, then you'll see these UNGA meetings, COP meetings becoming different moving forward. Otherwise, many of us will actually stop attending because we have immediate issues to sort out, back at home and in our cities. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking the governor for being here with us today. Welcome, Raj.
Thank you, Anna. That was a fantastic conversation. I'd like to welcome to the stage Danny Alexander. Please join me in welcoming Danny. Should we do like Rory and stand? What do you think?
Sure, why not?
You're our second former British politician
then
on
I better
stage,
stand.
so I feel like the
be,
trend has been set.
I don't want to be upstaged by Rory. So,
no, that of course not. You were chief secretary at the Treasury in the UK government.
Well, I was in the government in the time when we were actually committing to 0.7% of GDP and making it happen. So
those were nice days.
Those were different days.
Those were different days. Well, you have since joined and spent the last 7 years or so, I think, at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we just heard a kind of call to action about the Bretton Woods institution sort of laying it up for you in a way, saying that they're out of date and need to be reformed. Maybe take this moment to just tell everyone, what is the AAIB and what is maybe the biggest misconception about the AAIB that you hear?
Okay, so since the voters gave me a chance to seek an alternative career in 2015, I moved to Beijing to help set up the AIIB. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is a multilateral development bank. Started out with 57 members, now 106 members, including, I'm delighted to say, Kenya has joined our bank. We invest in infrastructure projects to support the sustainable development of Asia, but also countries beyond Asia, with a particular focus on climate and the green transition. We're headquartered in Beijing, but we're not a Chinese bank. I guess that's the biggest misconception, the one that you were trying to get me to talk about. So let me talk about it.
Please.
So AIB has countries from Europe. We have countries from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America. Canada is a member of our bank, and it operates just the same as, in governance terms at least, to other multilateral institutions. We have a board of governors, a board of directors representing all of the countries. We have a management which is politically independent, makes decisions on the basis of economic grounds. And so in terms of multilateralism, we are as strong a part of the international rules-based system as any other institution. We're owned by all of our shareholders. We respond to all of our shareholders. We try and be client-focused and client-driven, not trying to tell our clients what to do, but to listen and then to finance projects that they need. And we're trying to be, we talk about our mantra, lean, clean, and green.
Yep.
And we're trying to be a lean and efficient multilateral institution.
That's not an oxymoron.
Not yet.
Well, I ask you that in part because you were started in the mid-2010s, not in the 1940s. So you had a chance to do something a bit different. What are the things that, I asked about the misconception, what are the biggest differences between AAIB and the rest of the multilateral development banks?
So I guess a few things. I mean, so starting with the governance, the structure and the principles, the rules are very similar. We have a non-resident board. We don't have a resident board. That means that our board has decided to have a very clear division of labor between what they do and what the management does. So you have less of the micromanagement that you see in some of the other institutions, which for them is a cost, right?
I know a new resident of Washington, D.C. who wishes he also had a non-resident board.
Right, maybe. I couldn't comment on that, obviously. But for us, so our board is clear. It's responsible for the setting the strategic direction, for the policies, for holding the management accountable. They've delegated authority to approve many of the projects to the president, which enables that process to be done more efficiently, but equally effectively. We have a philosophy of working in partnership. So we don't feel that we have to have every single function contained within AIB when we have partners who do it well. So we were talking about debt earlier. We work very closely with the IMF on the debt sustainability analysis. We are the largest co-financing partner of the World Bank.
That may be something that most people don't really know. When I talk to people at AIB, maybe just underline that statement and explain what it means.
Well, it's a fact. So we think that for many large infrastructure projects, co-financing among multilateral institutions is critical. And obviously, when we were getting started, it was really valuable also to us as we were building up our institution. So we are very happy to work with other multilaterals. We're close to the World Bank, to the Asian Development Bank, and to others. And what we decided is, from the client point of view, if we think that another institution has basically the same high standards as we would apply to our project, as the World Bank does, for example, then we don't require the client to do 2 lots of environmental and social audits, 2 lots of assessments, 2 lots of documentation. We can accept what they've prepared for the World Bank. Maybe there's some gaps and we want to do a little bit of extra work, but that is more streamlined and more efficient. I think it's something that the whole multilateral system could learn from.
So President Jin-Lin Quinn of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank actually wrote an op-ed in Devex this summer.
Yeah.
And in that op-ed, he argued for much more collaboration among the MDBs. Can you just expand on what is the vision that he and you at the AIB are promoting?
So, I mean, in this current discussion about MDB reform, there are 2 kind of big issues. One is about finance, which I'm sure we will talk about. How do we scale up the finance provided by MDBs to particularly push forward the climate transition? But I think the other is, how do we bring the MDBs closer together to work more effectively as a system? Now, partly, of course, there's a lot of cooperation going on, which is perhaps not as well known as it should be. So, for example, in the last few months, all of the multilateral development banks have introduced Paris alignment, which means every single project that AIB does now or the World Bank does now has to be in compliance with the Paris Agreement on mitigation and adaptation. But we need to go deeper. You know, we need to think about how can you have kind of hardwired systemic cooperation. It's not on a case-by-case basis, but it is something that is built in to the system. We need the heads of the institutions to be working together on these strategic issues. We need so to take the example I was giving earlier about the kind of policy considerations, if we can recognize those as a system and work together, then we can make life easier for the clients. We can get more projects done, larger projects done more efficiently. I think those are the kind of things that we should be working on together.
This is a big part of your remit, of your role. How is that going and how realistic is it? I mean, MDBs historically haven't collaborated that much, and now at a moment of more geopolitical tension than ever, can you really get the MDBs to do something that's sort of counter-trend here?
I think there's a lot of willingness, actually. I'm quite optimistic about this agenda. I mean, I think that, you know, the work that's been done in the G20 here this week, the focus on how can we really strengthen the ability of the MDB system to respond to these unique global challenges. I think that is creating a unique moment when we can really drive change, both in terms of how we finance, of the range of things we can do, of the scale, but also about how we collaborate. And so I think I'm quite optimistic that this is a moment where we can really make significant changes in this area.
We heard it from Rory Stewart earlier, right? That bilateral aid budgets have been going down in many places. And so there's more and more attention on the multilateral development banks, including the AIB, to say we have to make the funds that are available in these institutions go further.
Right.
We have to crowd in the private sector. When you think of those calls to action, we have a new president of the World Bank and Ajay Banga saying the same things. And we're now at this midway point of the SDGs, and everyone's looking for the $4 trillion under the mattress. How does this actually work?
So it works differently in different institutions, frankly, because they all start from different places. But I think fundamentally, the issue about crowding in the private sector is the critical one, because to get to the multiple $1 trillion of investment that is needed in the climate transition, you know, even if you stretch the MDB's balance sheets to the maximum, you know, that talking about tripling climate finance, what's that, $300 billion. So then we have to be more willing to use our capital in flexible ways to support the private sector, to take some risks that enables private sector investors to feel more comfortable going into emerging markets. One of the things AIB has also been working on is about capital markets. We've been working with developing a new market for infrastructure asset-backed securities in Asia, which we think is a route through which new kinds of capital could come into infrastructure without having to understand individual project risk, but instead get exposure like a bond. So the Bayfront project in Singapore is an example of that. So I think there's some innovation, and I think we have to be much more willing to embrace innovation. We don't have time to wait and make sure everything's perfect with everything we do. We've got to try a few things, see what works, and then scale them up.
Right, and I think historically shareholders, governments have not been so ready to adopt innovation because they tend to be risk averse. But in this moment, if there's ever a moment with the crises mounting and the needs so great, this is the time to do it.
Well, I was a minister in the British Treasury, so I completely get the instinct that says we've put our capital in, we want to protect it, we want to make sure that you're not taking excessive risk. Completely get that. But actually the message now in this MDB reform discussion is different. It's how can we get the MDBs to take more risk consistent with the AAA rating, which is an important part of the business model. So I think again there is more political willingness to embrace those kind of changes than perhaps there ever has been.
So as a former minister, as somebody who campaigned for the 0.7 in the UK.
Delivered it. Thank you very much.
Delivered it. That's right. You were in the government when it happened. We are now at the midpoint of the SDGs. And just as a final thought from you before we close, only 15% on the way there, but halfway to the target date. What realistically is going to happen here? What do we need to do to get there by 2030?
We've got to do two things. We've got to collaborate much more effectively together, which is what we were talking about earlier, especially not just the MDBs, but then going into the much broader community. We take part in the Financing Common Summit, which is bringing together all of the development banks and institutions. We've got to collaborate much more effectively. And I think we've got to put the clients first. We've got to listen to what it is our clients are asking for and find the right way to deliver it. I think those two things can help us get a long way towards achieving what needs to be done.
Yeah, well, thank you, Danny Alexander. Please join me in thanking Danny Alexander, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Thank you.
Hello again. Bill Easterly, I don't think needs much introduction to this particular audience. So I thought instead of going through his litany of publications and accomplishments, I'd just share a really quick personal anecdote, which is that when I was in my early 20s, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, I went and lived for a few months in Guatemala, sort of under the auspices of volunteering. And I pretty quickly came to realize that it's difficult to be a very useful volunteer when you don't have a lot of skills. It's a 22-year-old liberal arts grad, didn't speak particularly good Spanish. It's fine. Like the experience ends up becoming a little bit more about you, which is great. Just an important thing to understand. And while I was there, I became very dependent on this little used bookstore in the beautiful Guatemalan city of Quetzaltenango in the west. And I was particularly dependent on it because they had a good English language section and I couldn't read the Spanish books. And I was there one day and my hand sort of gravitated towards this book with a really provocative title. And I bought it and took it back to the place where I was living. And I was living with a family. I went up and sat on the roof where I could sort of watch this nearby volcano periodically erupt. And I devoured this book. And it was called The White Man's Burden. And it was by William Easterly. And in a lot of ways, that particular book sort of set me on a path of thinking a little bit more critically about development, a little bit more skeptically about development. And the first target of that skepticism was myself. And ultimately, it set me on a path to be here today, sitting next to Bill, which is a huge honor. So thanks for being here, Bill. I will very quickly mention who you are. You are an expert on the experts. You're a speaker of truth to power. It's come with some career repercussions at times. You're a professor of economics at NYU and co-director of the NYU Development Institute. And according to your own bio that you provided with us, you're the 11th most famous native of Bowling Green, Ohio. So it's a pleasure to have you here today.
You should have had the other 10.
Who is the 10th?
The most famous is Scott Hamilton, the Olympics ice skating champion.
We'll
How
get
many
him
of
next
you have
year.
heard of Scott Hamilton? Okay. How many of you have heard of me? Take that, Scott.
So we're starting with the aid paradox, which simply put is that aid is most effective in the countries where it's needed the least. Aid is least effective in the countries where it's needed the most. Maybe you could explain to us very quickly why that's the case. And maybe you could tell us, if you were the president of the World Bank or the administrator of the US Agency for International Development, what you would do differently to account for that paradox.
Yes, this is not an original idea. This is an idea that goes back to the great development economist P.T. Bauer from the 1970s. More recently, Angus Deaton, the Nobel Prize winner. And the idea is that countries are poor because of some fundamental factors like institutions, a history of Western oppression and colonization, a legacy of autocracy, corruption, violence. And those are the same factors that makes aid not work very well. So if you are giving aid to countries that are most in need, they are in need because of some of these fundamental factors that also make aid work not very well. So that's the bad news. That's why us aid critics have such a bad reputation, is because we are always seen to emphasize the bad news. The good news is it's not, I think P.T. Bauer, for one, probably would have just said, don't give aid, and that's the end of it. I don't think one has to be quite that dramatic about the conclusion. More constructively, you could say, among the set of low-income economies, there are some that have more favorable conditions for aid to work, that have more democratic accountability, like, say, Ghana in West Africa is a country with more political stability, democratic accountability, also at a low level of income. That could be a country that receives more aid, and a country that has low income, that has more autocracy and corruption and experiencing violence. That would be a country that would receive less aid. So you just reallocate aid within the low income category towards more favorable conditions.
Which would be easy to do if donors didn't also come to the table with their own priorities, some of which are great and ambitious goals like ending extreme poverty.
Right.
Is that a useful goal, given what you're saying about the fact that extreme poverty exists in the very places where aid is not likely to work very well?
I think the biggest problem with the aid community, the official aid community, is they're driven often by Western foreign policy agendas. And those agendas mean that they often make the aid products worse rather than making it better. So instead of selecting among low-income countries, selecting them countries with the most democratic accountability, it might be more during the war on terror, it was more convenient for, say, American policymakers to give aid to countries that were allies in the war on terror. That were often autocratic countries that were where aid was less likely to work well, like, say, Uganda was an ally in the war on terror, providing troops to fight al-Shabaab in Somalia and other things. That was good. Aid to Uganda was increasing by huge amounts during the war on terror because that was convenient, but that was sort of going in the opposite direction of making the aid paradox better. It was actually making the aid paradox worse.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the current situation. Right now we're seeing a pretty strong merger, I think, of foreign policy and aid priorities among Western donors, namely oriented.
Not for the first time.
No. But in this case, oriented around Ukraine.
Right.
And
right.
I'm curious how you see that particular situation. Is that another example of aid priorities getting skewed by foreign policy interests, in this case, maybe great power competition? Or it seems to me that the opposite argument might be no, this is an example of defending those vital democratic institutions, the exact ones that you're saying are scarce and critically important to make development function.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is it's hard for, say, an American policymaker to make that argument consistently. That say African governments, now you should side with us and with Ukraine against Russia, and don't go to Putin's summit, Russia-Africa summit, for example, side with us because we care so much about democracy. And then, of course, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, you came out of the war on terror era where you didn't care about democracy and were supporting autocratic and anti-democratic forces around the world. So it's very hard for Western policymakers, American policymakers in particular, to be credible about that cause of defending democracy, defending a country being invaded when, of course, the U.S. during the war on terror had also been invading Afghanistan, and partly for good reasons, but partly for foreign policy reasons.
Yeah, just a heads up, we're going to take questions in a few minutes here, so please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, start mustering them now. We'll have some mics running around shortly. But before we get to that, on this issue of priority setting, goal setting, big agendas, when the SDGs were adopted, I remember this really well. You spoke with a Devex reporter, and you told them that the SDGs were so broad and encompassing that the acronym SDG might as well just stand for some development goals. We quoted you. Do you still feel like these kinds of ambitious collective agendas are unhelpful or even in some cases harmful? And what do you make of the sort of official narrative this week, which seems to be that what's needed to rescue the SDGs at this point is to double down on them?
Well, of course, the SDGs were already doubling down on the Millennium Development Goals, which were not a success in the sense of actually reaching the Millennium Development Goals. So, and of course, Millennium Development Goals were not the first international goal-setting exercise. They were in turn doubling down on previous UN goal-setting exercises that have been happening for many decades. So at this point, I think we've doubled down on the double down on the double down. So it's getting ever less and less credible that this is really a useful approach to meet goals. Maybe it is useful for some other things. I mean, one thing I think it is useful for is just for everyone to get together and agree on sort of what are some things that we're sort of in favor of and what are other things that we're against as a development community, representing countries and leaders from all around the world. There's definitely good stuff in there. One thing that I like a lot about the Sustainable Development Goals is one of the goals is really that each country should be in charge of its own development. That's one that gets a lot less publicity, and people sort of just think it's kind of empty rhetoric or hot air or something. But I think it's extremely important principle in an era where we've had way too much sort of paternalism and dictation from Western aid organizations towards people in poor countries. That to just say each country should be in charge of its own development, I think is a useful thing to have on the table. And that's another thing that was agreed universally as one of the Sustainable Development Goals.
The other thing that seems unique and maybe a slight pivot from the MDG era is that these are universal goals as opposed to development goals for developing countries decided by UN officials, implemented at sort of, the level of what constitutes a basic level of development. These are aspirations for every country. What do you think about that effort to sort of break down the distinction between development is something that happens in the so-called global South versus development being something that every country in the world is aspiring to do?
Yeah, I think that is a great step forward, and I think that's we have this great embarrassment in our field that we don't have a name for our field that in itself is not kind of embarrassing. It used to be third world development. That obviously was very inappropriate, and we got rid of that. Developing is already sort of a patronizing, condescending thing to say. Developing countries, it's just and I think many countries in Africa have protested against that language, understandably. We just don't have any good terms to sort of divide up the world into these two groups. What used to be called the West and the rest, or the first and the third, or the developed and the developing. There's just no good labels for that. And why is that? Because the division itself is not a valid enterprise. It's just not a useful enterprise to divide up the world. And so that I agree with you that dividing up the world into these categories in which one is inevitably associated with first, developed, West, it is associated with power, dictation, top down, and the other is associated with, being on the receiving end of all. The sort of colonial mindset that has afflicted us for too long, that I think is good riddance to get rid of that one.
And then taking that from sort of the rhetorical level to the more operational level, one thing that we're seeing a lot right now, there's a lot of momentum, a lot of discussion around localization. This idea that donors ought to be shifting resources and decision-making authority to communities and organizations based in the places where their programs are. Do you see that as in the white man's burden? You draw this distinction between searchers and planners, and you err on the side of searchers, who are people who are close to a problem, who can solve it and then be done with it, as opposed to coming up with sort of broad scale plans and importing them from the top down. Is localization a
step forward? The concept is very good. It's not, how do you implement it in a way that still it's USAID choosing who is going to be their local representative of local communities? That's really the problem with it. I remember, and this idea has really been around for a long time, civil society, and those words have been part of the lexicon of development for a long time now. I remember seeing a picture of a conference on Afghanistan, a development conference on Afghanistan, and there were some Western officials with name tags, and then there was this. I saw a picture of what looked from Afghanistan with his name tag just said civil society. I thought that was so dehumanizing. This sort of anonymous civil society, not a name, not a qualification, not an individual recognition. That's such a violation of dignity. So it's so important to have this process of localization be something that really does shift power away from the aid organization itself towards people who are seen and recognized and respected as representatives of their own community, of their own bottom-up efforts.
Great. Let's go ahead and take some questions. We've got mics floating around. I see one question there. If we want to take a couple at a time, or we'll start with that one, and then others can summon their courage, and maybe we'll take a few more. And let us know who you are, if you don't mind as well.
Sorry, I'll just.
Oh, you're behind the
over.
TV.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Hi, my name is Silvana Sinha. I'm the founder and CEO of Brava Help, which is a for-profit healthcare company in Bangladesh. And I met you 20 plus years ago when I was a student at Harvard, getting my master's in international development. And I'm also have been a longtime fan of your work. So thank you for being here. My question is about, as I started my company as a for-profit company because I really believe the only truly sustainable form of development is private sector development. But I can't tell you how many investors have said to me, it's such a shame. You're doing such incredible work. I wish I could give you a donation, but I'm not ready to invest in Bangladesh. And this includes the likes of, and the Gates of the world are not investing in the markets that they've helped to bring to middle income status like Bangladesh. So how do we convince global investors to understand that there's huge both financial and impact opportunity in these markets now that they've, they're no longer really, at the bottom of the pyramid, low income countries?
That's a great question, and I've heard other entrepreneurs from other countries voice very much the same complaint, and it's very sad that that's happening. And I think, I don't know if I'm interested if you would agree with this, that part of the problem is that the aid narrative, put out by official aid agencies and NGOs, so much stresses kind of the need and the poverty, and it can lead to a very kind of stereotypical view of poor countries as being, only involving the poorest of the poor. Usually the pictures are of children, so it's a sort of infantilizing picture of children and the very poor. And then it's hard for, Gates or someone else to visualize that country as being a place of dynamic adults that you want to invest in, the dynamic private sector led by, very capable men and women. And I think that's part of the problem. Do you agree with that? Or do you have a different view?
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. I think the Gates are probably not the best example of that, though. I think they've been a big part of Bangladesh's growth story. I think particularly on the healthcare side, they've invested in primary care and vaccine distribution, which are things that have helped Bangladesh to, achieve tremendous progress on social development indicators and economic progress. So I think that perhaps there are other billionaires who don't have that kind of an understanding, but I think it's unfortunate that even those who do are still not investing their private capital in these countries. But absolutely, there's a marketing problem, and the media doesn't make money off of showing people who are suddenly using toothbrushes and eating healthy food and living longer lives. Of course, Devex is not responsible for that, but I think that there's an element of that. Certainly, a lot of people still think Bangladesh is the basket case that Henry Kissinger called it 40 years ago, even though it's growing at 6 to 8%. And when you have a country growing at 6 to 8% a year, you see the progress, and even a bad financial return is better than what you can achieve on average in other markets.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yep, right in the front here. Do we have another mic? Oh, thank you.
Well, no one else was brave enough to put their hand up, so I thought I would.
Thanks for jumping in.
My name is Marek Prashevich. I work for a very small NGO called Together for Girls, which works on the prevention of violence against children. And it's very data-driven, very evidence-based, very locally owned. Why is it that there are some, probably all, issues in the SDGs that are very large? There seem to be proven interventions that help, and yet they are still not adopted. Is it simply political will?
I'm sorry, what are you saying is not adopted?
There are, in health, in education, in the field I work in, there appear to be proven interventions that have been measured, shown to succeed, and yet they still don't get adopted. Why is that?
Do you have one in particular in mind, or any examples?
Yeah, I mean, the field I work in now, the protection of children and reductions of violence against children, there are proven interventions, parenting programs, for instance, that work, that have been independently measured, shown to reduce violence against children. And actually, the lead countries, the countries who've done most in this area, are in sub-Saharan Africa. Kenya and Eswatini are two good examples. So why is it that these things don't get adopted elsewhere?
Yeah, well, the simplest answer is, there's also politics. Politics determines which things get adopted. But I want to make sure that that's not a misleading answer, because the answer is not to try to do away with politics and have some beautiful technocratic world run by technocrats that do all the evidence-based policy interventions with no constraints to stop them from doing the proven interventions. That's not the answer, certainly, because this process of democratic accountability and private sector accountability is itself what leads to these good policies, these good solutions. So you can't just step aside and say, put the experts in charge. That's likely to make things worse, because experts don't understand all the local contextual factors that make something not work when they think it is going to work.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Bill.
I'm Martin Fisher. I run Kickstart, and we promote smallholder irrigation across sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are about Give Directly that we just heard a very strong pitch for.
Give directly and direct cash transfers generally. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, one of the few upsides of being very old is you have a long memory about what things have looked like in development over time. It's kind of surprising that a couple decades ago, the idea of unconditional cash grants was just like so beyond the pale, so extreme that anyone would even think of recommending unconditional cash grants to poor people. And now it's become much more accepted. And I think that is a very positive trend. Why was it so abhorred, a couple decades or even 1 decade ago? And I think it also has a lot to do with sort of paternalism, that you want to control what poor people spend their money on because you don't really trust them to spend their money on the right things. So you want to sort of force them to spend the money on what you think they should spend it on. Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee have a great story in their book that they met a man in rural Morocco who was telling them that he lacked enough money to put food on the table for his and they saw that he had a television and DVD player and an antenna to pick up television signals, and they said to him, you said you don't have enough money for food. Why don't you spend money on food instead of television? And he said, my family wants television more than food, which we people in rich countries don't understand, but we also spend lots of our money on things that we don't really need, that instead of taking care of our own health or nutrition or something, we spend money on frivolous, inefficient things. So I think the sort of respect for the autonomy of poor people, that poor people do have a life. They invest a lot in weddings and funerals and other ceremonies that give them a sense of dignity. And so, part of a sense of dignity is agency, autonomy, being in charge of yourself, and having the right to make your own choices, not have someone else tell you what to do. So on that glorious cause,
for many, many years. Thanks for joining us and for engaging with the audience as well. Please join me in thanking Bill Easterly for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back up, and I'm back with our final interview of the day, Shamran Abed, who is the Executive Director of BRAC International. Should we have a seat? Yeah. You heard Bill Easterly's conversation. Maybe you've heard some of the previous ones we've had today, Shamran. And it feels to me like this community is asking itself some pretty existential questions at the midway point of the SDGs, far off track, realizing the political winds are not necessarily in our favor. We're looking at a government shutdown in Washington, D.C., maybe in the next week or two. So I guess I want your broad take. BRAC is an unusual organization in many ways. You're the largest in the world by employees, I think 140,000 employees at your NGO. You're now in maybe 20 countries, something like that. And you lead that work overseas for BRAC. So what is your broad take on this moment we're in on the SDGs and on some of these existential questions that we're asking ourselves?
Yeah, thank you very much, Raj. And it really is good to be here. Actually, many times I've said this phrase this week. This time I actually do mean it.
We feel the same way.
This week is crazy. So that's a great question. And obviously for us, having worked on issues of poverty, development, illiteracy, disease for more than 50 years, coming out of a country like Bangladesh, which, when it was liberated in 1971, it was one of the poorest, I think it was the second poorest country in the world. And we've worked on the development story there for the last more than half century. And you see that country now coming out of the least developed country status and moving into lower middle income status. And the work we do across sort of Asia and Africa, I think, if you look at the headlines, you look at obviously, you look at some of the conversations this week around the SDGs. Obviously, there is some. It's easy to feel a little bit down on things.
Yeah,
right?
You're telling me.
I would say this is not the time to feel hopeless, right? And if you take a longer term view of things, we've made a tremendous amount of progress across countries like ours over the last 50, 60 years, right? 60 years ago in the early 1960s, there were 3 billion people in the world, and 2/3 of them were in extreme poverty. 2/3 of 3 billion were in extreme poverty. We're now over 8 billion people globally, and less than 10% are in extreme poverty, right? So it's somewhere between 600-700 million. If you just look at the last 20 years, we've made a huge amount of progress, right? So these 15 years of the SDGs, whether we like having goals or not, was supposed to be sort of that final push, especially on things like SDG 1, ending extreme poverty, right? Of course, we made some progress in the first few years, but then given the compounding crises of COVID and obviously climate and conflict, we've gone backwards a bit. But really, coming at it from where I am, living in the Global South and leading an organization that works across the Global South, what I'd like to say to audiences here is don't lose hope. I know the numbers don't look good right now, but there are a lot of solutions that we know work. Many solutions done by governments, civil society organizations, and the private sector. And what I would like to say to people is we need to galvanize political will and try to take things to scale. We know what works. We don't need to keep tinkering around the edges. Of course, we need to innovate continuously, but there's also a lot of innovation already that we know has tremendous evidence of success. So if we can just galvanize, I know I say just, it's not so easy, but if we can galvanize political will and take some of these solutions to scale, partnering together with governments and private sector and the civil society, I think there is a lot that we can achieve. I don't think, sorry to say, that we will get to most of these or any of these targets by 2030. We're too far down the line for that. But we can get ourselves back on track to get back on achieving some of them at some point in the future, which is not too far down the line.
So one of those solutions, Shamran, that is getting a lot of conversation here and across the development community is localization.
Yeah.
And there seems to be two buckets, local and international NGO.
Yeah.
So which one is BRAC?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we like to think of ourselves as a local organization. Now, obviously, there's a legal definition to local. BRAC in Bangladesh is, of course, local. But everywhere we work, it's not about, the way we look at it is it's how you design and develop and deliver programs, right? You can come from any country. You can be registered in the Global North or the Global South. One thing we say as a Global South organization coming out of a country like Bangladesh and going into countries like Afghanistan and then obviously countries in Asia, but then for the last 15 years working across Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa especially, is how do we make sure that we take some of the approaches and the learning and the ethos of our programmatic work, and as we go into new contexts, work with those communities to develop and deliver programs with those communities, understanding the specific needs of those communities. If we do that well, I think our programs will be high quality and they will deliver strong impact. And I think that's what we want to do. And I think we can do it at scale, partnering with many others. So for me, the global sort of this North versus South, local versus foreign, or local versus international debate. I think it's good that we're having it, because so much of aid has been sort of driven from the global North, specifically, especially by the donors, and we are talking about how to sort of change that. But in terms of how you deliver it, it's really about the approach you take of working with communities and designing and delivering strong, impactful programs. And I think that's what makes us more impactful and effective, and hopefully more local.
Maybe so, but I guess I wonder, are you a unicorn? Because it's a compelling vision, NGO from one global South country bringing its expertise to another in the appropriate way, understanding truly local needs, but bringing expertise from overseas. Is there another BRAC? Is this a category, or are you the only one?
I think there are other great local, global South organizations that are doing great work. I don't think there's anyone yet at our scale, but I hope that there will be. This is not a situation where we'd like to be the one in our category and the only one that succeeds. I think there are organizations in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America that are growing beyond their borders. And I hope this is a trend that will take on.
It is an interesting commentary to just think that there aren't so many obvious examples yet, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting commentary on the structure of the international development community.
I think that says more about the donors than the organizations that development programs. I think it's the way the aid structure, the donor structure is, that it's very difficult to break out and become big like BRAC has been able to.
One of the things that international NGOs typically do, and you are now one, I guess, in some ways, you're in 20 countries, is they focus on growth. And I guess I wonder, do you have a different philosophy? I want to talk a bit about your approach to eradicating poverty, but how do you think about where BRAC goes as an organization?
Yeah, I think scale is extremely important for us. Coming out of, again, we came out of a country which has at this time 170 million people. Bangladesh is the most densely populated country in the world if you take away city-states. And we have a land size, the size roughly of New York State. So it's like putting half the people of the United States in New York State. And it's a country without any any natural resources to speak of, right? So when we started doing programming in the early 70s and we found that some of our programming was having good impact, it was very clear that unless we could scale it and take it to every village, every community, we couldn't really have an impact on numbers. I mean, infant mortality, maternal mortality, illiteracy rates, all of that needed us to go to scale along with the government and other institutions. So when we went to other countries, that's something we've been very, very focused on. We are in about 17 countries now. We might get up to about 20 countries, but we're much more interested in going deeper in the countries where we operate rather than being in 60 or 70 countries like many of our large international NGO peers. But for us, if we can crack something, we've got to be able to take it to scale. Unless we can do that, impact at a small scale is great, but it doesn't solve a problem. We have to solve problems for a country. So we are very interested in that. The other thing I would say is, one of the issues that we're seeing a lot, and it's an increasing phenomenon, we've talked about it, is aid and the whole development situation is becoming extremely piecemeal and fragmented, right? Most of us have basically gotten into this habit of reacting to the donor, what donors want. So we react to donor calls. We get projects which happen typically are 2 to 3 years, fairly small scale. And we deliver projects, and we're really focused on compliance because that's really what the donor cares about more than impact. And there's a whole industry that has developed around ensuring compliance. And as long as you do that and you deliver, you get the next renewal. I don't think we can solve problems at scale or have impact at scale doing development like this. So it's not just about going deeper and growing. It's about taking big problems and being bold and courageous and doing things in an integrated way at scale. And that's something we're trying to do across all of the countries where we're operating. It's very challenging, I have to tell you, because that's not how things are set up.
That's not how they are. I talked to a national NGO leader today, in fact, who said, the donors are turning me into a police officer. I feel like a cop. All I'm doing is tracking down and making sure we don't do something wrong. We had on the stage conversations about the next big idea. And one of them is cash transfers, and Rory Stewart made a compelling case for those. BRAC has its own big idea. It's not brand new, but you've been working on this for some time, and you lead this effort around a graduation out of poverty, and especially thinking of a category you define as the ultra poor. Maybe just briefly tell us, who are the ultra poor, and what is this idea of graduation?
Yeah, so the ultra poor for us, they're a subset of the extreme poor. So these are the poorest of the poor. They typically happen to be women or households where they're run by women because the man has either abandoned the family, passed away in most of our in most global South countries. But the thing about the ultra poor is they have economic vulnerabilities, social vulnerabilities, because they lack social capital. But one thing we say is they are basically stuck in a poverty trap, right? That with just normal day-to-day services, even with general cash transfer programs, they can't escape from that poverty trap, right? So to Rory and our friends at Give Directly, we would say that we are big believers in cash transfer. We think cash transfers have a lot of benefit, but when you are the ultra poor, you need more than just cash transfers. You need cash transfers, but you need a big push investment that lifts you out of the poverty trap. There is this hump that you need to get over, and the amount of programming that has been done and the amount of evidence that has been generated around this program allows us to fairly accurately even be able to measure exactly how much of an investment a household needs to be able to get over this hump. Once you do that, and then with other wraparound services, we find that even the poorest of the poor can put themselves on a pathway out of poverty, right? So the graduation program is basically an asset transfer or an investment into that household with wraparound services and a big social empowerment element, which is time-bound. It runs for 2 years typically. It's not a perennial cash transfer program. That can, as I said, can be very helpful, but usually people who get onto cash transfer programs never get out of them. This is a time-bound program, and what we've seen is the households that go through that program not only come out a lot better off, as you would imagine, but many years post what we call graduation, they continue to progress out of poverty, right? That doesn't mean that we don't need cash transfers. That doesn't mean that once they come out, they don't need social protection anymore. But it does put them on a different trajectory that is very compelling. And there's a great amount of evidence that suggests that this works.
Give us a quick sense just from a dollar standpoint. These are people earning less than 50 cents a day?
Yes. These are, now the extreme poverty rate is $2.15 a day. This would be at least less than $1 a day.
Less than $1 a day.
Said, the vulnerability of these people or these women cannot be measured just by a dollar amount.
But what is the amount of, when you talk about an asset transfer for this model, how much are we talking about that you would transfer to a household?
Yeah, so the program costs differently in different places, of course. The cost of a 2-year program in Bangladesh per household, and this includes the asset transfers and the wraparound services and the cost of actually delivering this program, is roughly between $500 and $600 per household for 2 years, right? Our friends at Bandhan in India do it at an even less, a lower amount. In East Africa, we've done the program roughly at about $1,000 per household over 2 years. In West Africa, it becomes a little more expensive. And then you go out to Latin America. We've done programming in Haiti, which is close to here. close to the US, where we've seen that they were even some years ago around $2,000 per household over 2 years. It varies a lot because obviously the cost of the asset, the cost of delivering all the other wraparound services, and the cost of administering the program, given how much you pay your staff and all of that, differs widely between countries, but that's the range.
And I think what's particularly exciting about it, it's a bit like Bill Gates has been questioned sometimes. You know, there are skeptics about the big investments, billions he's investing into polio eradication. And his argument is, yes, it might seem an enormous sum per case because there's so few cases left in the world, but the day that it's over, that polio is eradicated, we get all the benefit of saving on polio vaccination campaigns that happen all over the world. And it's similar in this case, right? If graduation lives up to its name, it can truly be transformative.
Look, at this moment, there are about 600 to 700 million people in extreme poverty, right? Of which we estimate that maybe 300 to 400 million of these people are ultra poor. That's, like, let's say 100 million households. If you take 4 members to a household, which is low, actually households have more. But let's say there are 100 million households in ultra poverty. Even if we put all of them through a graduation program, and let me just say, they don't all need to go through a graduation program. There are many other programs and other things governments do that will lift some of them up. But even if we put 100 million people through the graduation program at, let's say, an average of $1,000, right? It would cost $100 billion, right?
For a permanent elimination.
To take them out of poverty over, and $100 billion is money that individuals have. Forget governments, forget multilateral development banks. There are people on this planet with over $100 billion. Now there are several of them. Okay, the issue, of course, is not that the money doesn't exist. Even countries in the global south, countries like ours, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Philippines, countries in Africa, Ethiopia, Nigeria, they're spending large amounts of their annual budgets on large-scale government programs, right? We are basically now saying that if we could just get the programs to be more effective and better targeted, we could get much better impact, much better bang for your buck, right? So even before we put in more money, and of course we would welcome more money into anti-poverty programs, but there are ways to make existing financing go much further. And if we take some of the evidence we have and the learning we have of what works and what doesn't, and we apply them to large-scale government programs, I think we'll see a big shift.
Well, we started this discussion with your entreaty to all of us to not lose hope. And I think you just gave us an example why we shouldn't, that there are solutions out there that work. Please join me in thanking Shamran Abed, BRAC International Executive Director.
Thank you very much.
And I want to ask my colleague Kate Warren to join me on stage as we close out what has been a full and action-packed day. Thank you, all of you, online and those in the room, for being here.
You see, you've been stuck in an elevator, in a barricade.
Yes, it's been quite a day.
No, but lots of really great conversations. What are you excited about for what's to come the rest of the week?
Oh, we've got all kinds of things coming tomorrow, including a closing session with Mark Malik Brown, who is, of course, the president of the Open Society Foundation. A lot going on at OSF, and we'll get into all of that with him.
Yeah, we also will have IOM's new chief, Amy Pope. We're going to have Helen Clark, Vanessa Carey, Andrew Steer. I mean, it's going to be another great lineup of a lot of really amazing speakers.
And a lot of new, I think, issues that may not be quite on everyone's agenda that we're going to put on everyone's agenda on this stage, especially around the nexus of climate and health.
For sure, for sure. So I know that we are all eagerly waiting to break we do have a reception. We hope you stick around for that. We hope you come back tomorrow and join us in the same place. We will be doing some ecosystems in the morning and then kicking off our summit first with lunch at 12, and then we'll start the program at 1. But I would be remiss if I did not again thank our partners who again make this possible. We really appreciate your support. We have our innovation partners, Abbott, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Catholic Relief Services, Food for the Hungry, the Fred Hollows Foundation, Heifer International, Medtronic Labs, One Site Essilor, Luxottica Foundation, and Open Society Foundations. You heard about some of those today. You'll hear about the others tomorrow. Also, our ecosystem partners, AstraZeneca, the Country Connector on Private Sector and Health, GSK, MSD for Mothers, New Globe, the RBM Partnerships to End Malaria, and UNWFP USA, and our supporting partners, HIMAQ and the Task Force for Global Health. So you can see there's a lot of people come together.
It's an
to put this on.
incredible amount of support, honestly. Like, we could not do the journalism we do at Devex. We couldn't put on events like this without them. So a huge thank you to our partners. Please join us in thanking them.
We do have our team of reporters. We are here, but they're also all around the city covering all the other things that are happening this week. Reporter Colin Lynch giving you all the tidbits. Make sure you're also following us on social and consider our insider analysis and information. I know we have many pro members in the room. We also thank you for supporting our journalism. With that, well, thank you all for coming today, and we will hopefully see you again tomorrow. And for those of you joining online, thank you for joining us as well.